today. I cannot express how excited I am to get back into this game. I have a disease. Hi Ari, hi Pen, hi Chris, and I think, yeah, Cricket as well. Howdy hi, how y'all doing? Where are buttons? I don't know how this thing works. Today's stream is an interesting one because I was like, at some point my parents are going to be home from their like weekend holiday and I don't know when that is. And I was kind of like, I'm going to have to like disappear at some point to like say hi to them, but no, they just turned up. So that's fine. Is that a bit loud? Let me turn it down a bit. I don't think it actually turns down the call. Let's see, desktop audio. Smidgen down. Also, we do have an endpoint for this stream. Like, I have a time where I have to stop because today we are raiding someone very particular. We are going to raid UKSM because my sibling is commentating a match. Or not a match, but like a what's the word? A speed run. It's gonna be great. So yeah, we're gonna go over and throw some support there. But somebody remind me because I'm fully gonna forget. We need to end at like 3:45-ish. Anyway, we should probably get into the game, huh? Woo! We're here. So last time, if you remember, we did some shit. I don't remember. So last time, we met Lucy, then we met Al, then we met Best Girl Florence, but we also met Al's second dual personality alter. I'm gonna say it up front, they don't treat it that well in this game, but it is vibes. It's vibes, it's whatever. Sigh. We met our best friend Al, exactly. Our pal Al. But today, we are going on to file number 3, our third case, a murder staged. This is where I start like forgetting the cases slightly. So I'm kind of excited to like actually have to do some thinking. This is also the case that they're up to in the manga, so this is like spoiler territory now. Let's scooch this down a bit. Oh god, I have to do voice acting, I forgot about that. There we go. There, we're all set up. I'm prepared, I'm professional. Manga spoilers, oh no! Or you can enjoy the original game and then go read the manga where it's like super sexy and pretty. Seriously, the fucking manga is gorgeous. Oh my god, Tellman does such a great job. Anyway, I gotta make a fucking voice for this guy. My throat is gonna be ruined. You here, Al? I'm expecting you. Oh, I must be in the wrong room. Ah, Lawson, what are you doing here? There you are, Al. So, who's this young lady then, I'm Lucy Baker. I'm the prof's new research assistant. You two haven't met before, have you? This is Justin Lawson. He's a detective with the Serious Crime Squad. Sorry, but the introductions will have to wait. Have you heard about the actress in the on-stage murder case? I'm definitely gonna change his voice by the end of this. I hate that already. I'm not sticking to that. We'll find something. I have. I saw it on the Jeremy Summer show. Some loopy fan announced they were gonna kill the lass on stage. That's the press's take on it, is it? They've got it wrong, as the press usually does. He's sexy already. That's one word for what he is, sure. Listen, I like his suspenders, I'll say that. Yeah, it's much more straightforward than that. The stagehand was found in the wings holding the gun. Ah, so you have your man then? Unfortunately not. Someone punched the young bloke and knocked him out cold, you see? What, the murderer got a thumping? Interesting. This sounds like a case for the mystery room. We'll look into it. I had a feeling you'd want to take it on. I've already sent the file. Maybe he needs to be a bit more of a bloke. Maybe that's what he's missing. He does need to be British. Hello, sir. Your pants sure are pants. Okay, true. He's kind of got the clown vibe going on, like the red nose, the striped pants. There's definitely something going on. Maybe he's like a clown furry in his off time. Alright, yeah, he needs to be more of a bloke. I had a feeling you want to take it on. I've already sent the file over. Good luck with it. Maybe that's something, I don't know. If he comes back, we'll workshop that some more. This must have been the highest profile case the Prof and I ever worked on. The incident took place in a famous West End theatre. A popular actress was shot on stage in front of a full house. There were 3 suspects, as usual, one of whom were a famous actor. It was the hottest gossip in town, and the Jeremy Summer Show covered it every day. But the real truth behind this case, well, that was a shocker. No one could have guessed who the real culprit were. No one. Wait, why is Zach one of the suspects again? Bessie, that was not Zach. You'll meet them in one moment. But I promise you that was not Zach. Let's go over the case. The incident took place during a play in which a high-profile actor and actress were starring. The victim was Gloria Blaze, the actress playing the part of the heroine. She's a famous actress, we know this. She's an actress of illustrious theatrical heritage who underwent stage training from a very early age and was greatly admired. She was engaged to famous actor Roscoe Strapping. Her co-star was the popular performer Roscoe Strapping. A preeminent star of the stage, of television, and of film who enjoys overwhelming popularity. Gloria Blaze, yes, the names are terrible, they're beautiful puns, and I love them all. Recently, the fucking Layton Brothers Discord finally realized what Alfondi's fucking name means, and, well, I'm broken now, by like, what, like, I always knew it was, like, vaguely Italian, but I guess I never looked into it, and it makes sense. Anyway, yeah, Roscoe Strapping. He sure has a mustache. Very popular. It turns out the pair were also engaged to be married in real life. At the performance's climax the other day, the hero, played by Strapping, shoots his unfaithful wife, played by Blaze. What's with his name? I don't know. I guess Strapping means handsome, but I don't know what Roscoe would, like, indicate. As the shot goes off, Blaze falls to the floor in a pool of blood. This is all exactly as scripted. Oh, with owls? So if you look up the Italian word fondere, I think it is. Hi Snaz, how you doing? Yeah, so fondere means to split or to divide, I think. Missed the first stream? No! You can always go back. I've highlighted it on Twitch and it's also on my YouTube. So you have not missed it for good. You can all go back. Despairing of his actions, the hero leaves the room. As he exits the stage, Strapping collides with a supporting actress by the name of Destiny Knox. Ooh, I bet you were having a case of the jizz before a big entrance. Immediately after that, the lights went out. In the pitch black, Blaze cries out for help. As it dawns on the audience that this is not part of the play, another shot rings out through the darkness. No. The stage director hurriedly brings the lights back up, but Blaze is still where she lay, utterly motionless. Knox runs over to her and discovers that she's dead. A shot in the dark, eh? Now we have to turn our attention to another involved party, a stagehand by the name of Bray Clegg, who is entirely too gendersome. Look at this motherfucker. I love him. A prop assistant who had a crush on Blaze, he personally manufactured all of the props used in the show, from the replica gun to the fake blood. He was found lying unconscious in the wings, with the murder weapon in his hand. By heck, Prof, there's not more incriminating than that, surely! It's far from conclusive proof that he's the killer, so that's the information's being kept from the press. Bray does look much younger than he is. Like, this man is supposed to be 31. Hello? Please. I never realized how ace attorney these names are. Yeah, they are brilliant. I love them. Anyway, Clegg claims he was hit by someone while the lights were out. Sounds fishy to me. Perhaps, but he definitely lost consciousness for a while. That is beyond dispute. So, let's consider who the culprit could be. And I mean, we'll do as usual. Wait, are we gonna research first? I don't know if he's gonna make us make us say without researching first. I'll do the poll in a minute, we'll see. We can start with the stagehand, Breakleg. He was found lying unconscious in the wings with the gun that was used in the shooting in his hand. However, he claims someone knocked him unconscious and planted the weapon on him. Going off the evidence we have, he's got to be our number one suspect, eh? Our next suspect is the play's leading actor, Roscoe Strapping. He exited the stage just before the theatre was plunged into darkness. He claims to have been alone in his dressing room when he heard the shot. I wonder. And finally, we have the supporting actress, Miss Destiny Knox. She was on stage with the victim when the lights went out. She was also the closest person to the victim when the lights came on again. The one who discovered the body. So, those are our three suspects. Based on that information, Lucy, who do you think did it? What's your hunch? After you've told me that, we'll start the actual detective work. It's curtains for whoever did this, Prof. You mark my words. Okay, we're not going to identify it immediately. Let's go have an investigate. So, shall we investigate the scene? And yeah, after that, I will set up a poll. Here's our reconstruction, baby! I'll give you 5 minutes this time, just like every other time. No problem, Prof. Like, dude, why do you need to give us a fucking time limit? It's distressing. He just wants to, like, make me panic. Okay, so let's start over this side and head slowly towards the other. An old revolver that was identified as the weapon. 5 unused bullets were found in the cylinder. Clegg was found unconscious, revolver in hand. He was struck multiple times in the back of the head. There are oil stains here, a large patch along the back of the set covered in lubricating oil. It looks to have been made by a hand rubbing along a wall, but no fingerprints are present. And there's a ladder that links the 2 levels of the set. From the upper level, one can gain access to the lighting bridge. Anything else to check here? Nope. Oil. Hi, Fort. How you doing? Oil. The sofa uses a prop on stage. It appears to be luxurious, but it's stained and suffering the effects of old age. Oop, went in a bit far. A standard lamp used on the set. An oil painting hung on the wall. It's a very beautiful it's a very snow money. Snot spenny. Having passed through Blaze's chest, the bullet that killed her pierced a hanging picture to finally lodge itself in the set wall. So that's where the bullet went. Stage position A, which is indicating Blaze's mark on stage for the scene when she gets shot. And there's her body. She was killed with a single bullet through the chest. Forensics confirmed she was shot from a distance of 1 to 3 meters away. They're pretty close, but not as close as possible. A typed slip of paper reads, "You'll pay for betraying me." It's not a prop from the show and has a hole in it where the bullet went through. Yikes. A grim mix of Blaze's real blood and stage blood. The bright red is the fake blood, while the real blood has now darkened. I don't know if that would work. Like, if the fake blood was there, surely it would, like, mix in with the real blood and, like, it wouldn't, like, dry as much? I don't know. I don't know how fake blood works. I know people that do stage stuff. I should ask one of them. Replica gun. A model of a gun used in the show. Its construction is such that it can only fire blanks. It's swimming in the oil used to lubricate the mechanism. Oil and water? Ah, yeah, maybe. A plastic rubbish bin. Various discarded items are inside, including a remote switch, which was used to detonate the squib of fake blood concealed in Blaze's outfit. She was supposed to operate it at the appropriate time, but it was found in the bin. Stage position B. This is where Strapping should have been when he shot Blaze. There's a table. They're brand new and look great. Hell yeah, we love that IKEA shit. A door in the set used for the show. This is the exit Strapping would have used to leave the stage after his final scene. And stage position C. A mark indicating Nox's place on stage for the scene in which Strapping shoots Blaze. Okay, I believe that's all the evidence. So, we'll go through the hints, but I will set up the poll now so that y'all can, like, vote on it while we go through all the hints to find funny dialogue. Let me find that. Manage poll. New poll. Who done it? Okay, so was it Strapping, the other actor? Was it Clegg, the stage manager, props guy? Or was it Nox, the actress? There we go. Alright, I'll give you like 2 minutes to go through that, and we'll go through the things in the meantime. There you go. So, let's have a look at our evidence. This is the body. Actually, oh yeah, for some people that have come in, I will quickly go through the people. Shut up, Al. Shut up. This is just actual hints. I don't want those. I want funny dialogue. Go away. So this is Roscoe Strapping. There's no two ways about it. Strapping's a very popular bloke, but he's always in the tabloids or the gossip mags for some scandal or other. You read those magazines and things, don't you, Lucy? I have a feeling we're going to be plagued by all sorts of rumors and hearsay. Oh, aye, that we will. I love Lucy. She's so normal. She's that comely. I don't know why she had to stoop so low just to get a part. Oh yeah, I don't know if we read hers, but yeah. Though she's generally regarded as good-looking and competent up-and-coming talent, there are rumors she'll stop at nothing to get a part. That's just gossip, Lucy. You don't know if there's any truth in it. Oh no, Prof. The tweet is full of intrigue and all that stuff kind of behind the scenes. I bet it's true. You're quite the aficionado, I see, Lucy. So yeah, she's a bit younger than the rest of them. She's 27. Then there's Bray Clegg, who has a crush on Blaze, apparently. There's more to Clegg than meets the eye. Oh, aye, the feelings he had for Blaze. Keeping them to himself all them years as they slowly turned from love to hate. And in the end, this happens. No, that's really not what I meant. He made the replica gun and fake blood himself, you know? I was admiring his handiwork. Oh, aye, that's grand, but don't his love for a last weight off his league get you thinking more, eh? Could do, I suppose. Hi, babe, how you doing? It should do. We are currently just going through the folks who we think may have done it. And apparently y'all have decided it is Strapping. Interesting. This is the random member of the audience. I can see how a real fan would be so besotted that they'd rather kill their idol than have her stolen away. Why, are you an admirer of someone yourself, Lucy? No! I'm just thinking it were a shame that Miss Blaze got shot and not t'other way around. Good lord, Lucy. And then there's Blaze. Looks like Miss Blaze came from a rather wealthy background. That would have raised alarm bells if she and Strapping had been married already. Aye, but got no claim on someone's estate when you're only engaged, eh? No, the most useful conclusion we can draw from this is that the motive for the crime had nothing to do with the money. Okay, so we know all them, and y'all have decided it is Strapping. Just woke up. Good morning, bestie. You have anything funny to say about this door? It's a good door. We have a lot of evidence, so I'm just gonna like tap through it real quick. It's a comfy sofa. They're just judging like stage makeup. I love this. Lucy and Al go to IKEA when? Props people are blameless, I see. This replica is an exact copy of the murder weapon. Soaked in oil. This is not going to give us anything funny. Maybe this will? Okay. Clegg. Any crime they commit is actually justified. You know what? Yeah, they go through a lot of stress. I feel like these stage positions, yeah, nothing of interest. Bloodstain ladder? Are they gonna have a step ladder debate? Seeing a ladder like this makes me want to get climbing. It makes me thankful I joined the police and not the fire brigade. Jesus Christ, you lazy ass. I love him. Bloody note. Anything about the gossip from Miss Lucy? Well, if this isn't a prop, then... well, then it may be relevant to the case. Okay, that was useless, thank you. Come on, art aficionados, let's go. Ooh, that's a lovely painting, that is. Yes, it's very nice. Hey up. There's a funny black mark on it, look. Why didn't you have a closer look? No, go away. We've already had a closer look. What do you have to say about bins? I wouldn't expect to see a rubbish bin on a theatre set, would you? Go! Where do you think they put all the trash? It's a big set. There's bound to be a fair amount of rubbish generated. And then actual hints. Dig in the bin. Gross. And finally, lamps. It's a step. It's not a step ladder. I'm gonna bite you. Okay, so we've had our funnies from there, and y'all think that strapping is the murderer, so let's do it. Who do you think the killer is? We think it's you! Take that! Well, from where I'm saying, I'd say Strappin did it. Excellent, I agree. Ha! I knew it! Yes, I'd say it's... anime ass. 92.9% certain that he is the culprit. Well, we best call the man in. Give me a second. Well, we best call the man in and have him put paid to your doubts about the other 7.1% then. Exactly what I was hoping to do. But I'm not sure he'll come. Let's take a moment to consider what we already know about strapping. I know Summit. Roscoe Strappin, stud of the stage. Engaged to be married, but engaged in you-know-what with another lass at the same time. At least, that's what they said on Jeremy Summers' show. So our suspect is something of a cad. Update, he's a slut! You won at murder, I'm very proud of you. Lucy's big, beautiful orb. So true, though. I love her eyes. Like, her eye color is very good to me. So he's a slut. We know this now. The worst kind of man and the enemy of all women. But that's not what we should be focusing on here. There's something else that interests me. Oh, what's that? He's an actor, and actors are masters of deception. They make fantasy appear as reality. And Strapping is one of the best. Could be a tough nut to crack then, eh, Prof? Yeah, we got company. Who are you? Kind of overselling how good actors are. Yeah, but he's the actor. Can we... You can now start roasting Roscoe. Go. Just no spoilers. You know how it is. Do excuse the unannounced entrance. Ooh, Roscoe Strappin! Well, what a bell and unexpected pleasure, I must say. Are you a fan, Precious? You wish! I'm a research assistant here in the mystery room. DC Baker to you. This is the mystery room! The very place I have been looking for! You must be Roscoe Strapping. The one and the only. My fame and talent precede me, I see. Good. And you are... I work here in the mystery room with Detective Constable Baker. Inspector Layton's the name. Might I ask why you're here? RGB outfit. I hate that you're right. I hate that you're right. Go away. Stop it. No, yeah, you're right. I can't say no. Yeah, we fucking hate this bitch. He's a slut and a misogynist. Not slut shaming, but like, fuck this guy. He's doing it unconsensually. I heard that there was a team attempting to unravel the gruesome truth about my dear Gloria's chilling end. So I came to solve the mystery. Huh? Well, that would be a great help. Please enlighten us. Monkey. So, without further ado, I present to you the truth. The identity of the black-hearted miscreant responsible for my late wife to be's demise. It was Bray Clegg, the stagehand. Well, you're quite the detective, aren't you, Mr. Strappin? It's an elementary case of deduction, my dear. First, he was crushed by unrequited love, and secondly, the prize simpleton was found holding the murder weapon. Simply following these 2 lines of investigation leads you directly to the unequivocal truth that my dear Gloria shuffled off this mortal coil when Bray Clegg put a bullet through her chest! I see you're fairly fixed on your line of inquiry. Aren't you gonna set this up straight, Prof? On the contrary, I think Mr. Strapping has some very compelling theories. Detectives are not allowed to use elementary. It's over. Cancelled for using the cliche trope. So, let the investigation begin! He stole the prof's line. Oh, this guy is such an asshole. And we better look for the gun that Clegg used, eh? An excellent idea, and while you do that, I'll set about finding the way into your heart. Eh, you what? Oh, he sucks. Ugh. Ugh. Men, derogatory. We found it. There we go. I've got it, the murder weapon. Is this gun alright? I hate how gender the prof is. Formative gender for me, for real. I wanted his whole style for a long time. I still kinda do. Like, I wear turtlenecks because of this motherfucker. Brava! Brains and beauty. What am I going to do with you? Give over, I'm not special. Just kick him in the dick. Kick him in the dick. He deserves it. Like, we don't know if he's a murderer or not yet, but I think we should put him in prison for being just a general ass. Hi, Blatt. We're dunking on this asshole. The barrel of this very gun pierced the bullet carried the bullet that pierced my beloved's heart and stole her from me. When you examine the evidence, this is exactly what you'll still find. Now you must ask yourself, what scoundrel was holding the gun? Who was holding the... What rogue was holding the gun? It was this guy. Here he is, here's Clegg. He's been knocked out while he's still holding the gun. Excellent work, Angel Face. What fantastic orbs you have. Perhaps you'd like to come and work with me as my personal assistant? I hate this motherfucker so much. No thanks, I think I'll pass. Pity. Still, at least we now have conclusive proof that Clegg was in possession of the murder weapon. Surely that's more than enough evidence to charge the rapscallion. Let's not forget one other rather crucial thing. Clegg was struck repeatedly in the back of the head. Obviously, the boy did that to himself. Let's assume for a moment that Clegg is guilty and that he knocked himself out to avoid suspicion. If that were true, it would be very strange indeed. Do you see why, Lucy? Nah, actually, can you explain it to me? It's 'cause he was still holding that gun. Well, if I were trying to make it look like I hadn't done it, I would have chucked the gun away for starters. Exactly. Whatever plot you came up with to divert suspicion from you, it would involve not holding the gun. No, however you look at it, Clegg would have disposed of the gun before knocking himself out. Tut tut, you make such assumptions without knowing the man. I tell you, he's a fool, a complete imbecile. That's why he didn't have the brains to figure out he should dispose of the gun. It's really quite obvious. I see, well, there's nothing more we can say on that matter then. Unfortunately not, the man is witless and that's all there is to it. God, he sucks. Well, I guess it was Clegg. You guys were wrong. And Blaze's wound. Investigating the wound means checking out the body, right? Would you like a strong man to escort you? I'll be just fine, thank you very much. Oh, he sucks. I know I keep saying it, but it keeps being true. Body. Should this man be calling other people twerps? Honestly, if anyone is a twerp, it do be him. A single shot to the heart from between 1 and 3 meters away, resulting in instant death. Exactly from the barrel of the very revolver found in Clegg's guilty hand! I'll see that dastard rot in hell! Please, let's try to remain calm. Let's continue on with our investigation, shall we? Of course, do excuse me. The bullet passed straight through the victim's body. We should be able to find it somewhere on the scene. I hear you, Prof. We're looking for a bullet hole now. I wonder where the bullet hole could be. And did we have to click on this one? Yeah. Whee! This is it, Prof. Okay, so from the relative positions of this hole in the corpse, we can deduce where the shot originated. I'll figure it out in a jiffy. Not so fast! We already know that Gloria's life was taken by a bullet. Any further investigation about that is a complete waste of time, surely? We're just trying to be thorough. It won't take a moment. Well, if you will waste precious minutes while that miscreant roams free, just get on with it quickly. So if the body is here, and the gunshot was there... Oh wait, I can actually tap, yeah. This actually shows. So if the bullet was here, and the body was here, I guess we draw a line to here. It's quite elementary. Well, as far as I can tell, it'd put the shooter about here. that was my position on the stage. Sorry, Angel Face, but I think you're reading along the wrong lines. Try again. What's your reasoning, Lucy? Because of the placing of the bullet and the bullet hole in the body, please. It's within 1 to 3 meters distance of the body. Yeah, it's indeed likely. Oh wait, that was Al for some reason. I feel like that should have been Lucy. Anyway, it's indeed likely the shot originated from here. Aye, this is the spot, alright. The gun must have been fired from here. What an extraordinary coincidence, ladies and gent, 1 in a million. The very spot I occupied on stage. Of course, it's of no relevance whatsoever. As I expected, this has been an utter waste of time. It's one of those bullets that flies on a curve. Yeah, it's like the Matrix shit. They did bullet bending in that, right? On the contrary, I believe this is extremely relevant information. Pardon me. When the shot was heard, it was pitch black on stage. Shooting the victim dead with a single bullet in total darkness is bordering on the impossible. Bordering on, perhaps, yet alack, my glorious life was taken with one such miserable slug. Whatever you may say now, nothing could bring my darling back. Oh, fate, you are a cruel mistress indeed. Wrong film? What was it then? What am I thinking of? No, very true, nothing will bring Miss Blaze back to life, but... The final curtain has already fallen! There is nothing more to say. I hate this guy. But he is very fun to voice. Well, I guess it was Clegg. Well, I think this settles it. Clegg is the killer, there can be no doubt. What planet have you been on this whole time, eh? Let's recap. The victim, Gloria Blaze, was killed by a single bullet. And the person found holding the gun was none other than Clegg. However, Clegg was hit by someone and knocked unconscious. And he'd been trying to make it look like if he'd been trying to make it look like he hadn't done it, he'd have never kept hold of the gun. But he's a complete clot! He hasn't the brains to work that out. The other thing we know for certain is where Miss Blaze was shot from. That's where you were standing on the stage during the performance, Mr. Strappin. Yes, by a cruel twist of fate, my beloved seems to have been shot from the very spot where I stood. The problem is in the timing. To shoot somebody from anything other than point-blank range in total darkness is bordering on the impossible. Then it was a fluke. This is completely irrelevant. However, never mind all of that. I've just remembered something of vital importance. Oh, what's this then out of the blue? The death threat. There was an incriminating note, was there not? Eh? With that additional evidence, you will have no choice but to acknowledge Clegg must be the killer. It seems we still have some more investigating to do. And yet you do find the death threat. I feel like both of them are just like on their last fucking straw with this motherfucker. Now picture the scene. Clegg falls in love with the beautiful Gloria, but his passion is resolutely rejected. Consumed by self-pity and rage, he sends a death threat to the poor, defenseless flower. So where's this death threat now then, eh? Somewhere at the scene of the crime, naturally. One of the detectives who came to the theatre told me of it. I'm quite sure it's there. You haven't actually seen it with your own eyes, though. I don't need to see it to know what artless piffle Clegg no doubt came up with. Now, go and find it. Find the note that contains the incriminating death threat. Whoop. And I'm gonna have a sippy. Can I please zoom in? Oh wait, you can't zoom in, you have to... I remember how this game works. There we are. Found it. Yeah, Prof, I might reckon this must be the death threat, don't you? Excellent work, Lucy. That's for the Prof to decide, Mr. Strappin, not you. Oop, that's a soul swap? Sure thing. I'm gonna turn into a ghost for a bit now, bye. Ah! Phone. There I am. You didn't just see the thing flip. Shut up. Oh god, what the... Hello, what happened here? I don't know what's happened to Cos. There's his texture map. What the fuck? What happened here? Where's my mouth? I got put in the fucking blender. What the fuck? Oh no. Game, come back. New Pokemon just dropped. I'm fucking missing no. Game, just stay there a second. I need to fix this. Let's go for one of our alt ones. Oh wait, I think that's because that's old Cos. I need Cos V2. But what happened to this guy? Yeah, because he doesn't swing as much at the bottom. But what happened to him? That's terrifying. You know what? We'll go for Spamton Cos for a bit. It's fine. Oh my god, that was terrifying. There we go. We're Spamton now. It's fine. You'll pay for betraying me. I see. Isn't it a bit funny that it says that? Betraying, I mean. It makes it sound like Clegg and Blaze had a fling or something. Utter tosh! Gloria only had eyes for me. In that case, it seems probable that Mr. Clegg was not the author of the note. That's one possible explanation, yes. So who were it that Miss Blaze had done the dirty on then? Of course it's so obvious. The killer must have been a member of the audience. Gloria had countless fanatical followers. Picture the scene, a fan consumed with jealousy over Gloria's engagement to me. Oh, my poor beloved, how you shook like a lamb whenever you opened one of their tasteless letters. This scrap of paper we've been musing over is quite obviously a death threat from this unhinged fan. According to Strapping, this is a death threat from one of Blaze's crazed fans. By heck, Prof, if we have to pull in everyone from the audience for questioning, we'll be here all year. Ring ring! Hey, that's the phone. Excuse me a moment. You know, just casual conversation. Can they not make small talk? Or maybe they shouldn't have. So, tell me, are you two involved? I beg your pardon. You must be, surely. A true stallion should be sure to get a little frisky cooped up in here with such a fine young filly. Stop being gross. If I were her, I should take it as an insult to my femininity that nothing had happened. Ugh. It's bad. Bitch, he ain't involved with anyone, literally. You're a red-blooded male, aren't you? Homophobia moments, let's go! Mr. Strappin, that were your manager on the phone. There's a famous chap who wants words with you at your office. Good gracious, is that the time? It must be that bore of a £2 billion film I'm supposed to be acting in. $2 billion? Naturally, they wanted me as a headliner. What was it now? A pirate film, I think. Well, that sounds very important. You wouldn't want to keep them waiting, I imagine. Well, seeing as we've proved who the murderer is, I shall take this opportunity to make my exit. Alright, ta then. We'll be seeing you. I'm looking forward to it already, precious. It's DC Baker to you. Adieu. This guy sure is a big shot. Oh, he sucks so bad. Ugh, that man gets right up me nose. More like a film people would only have a pirate. Does he star in Morbius? Is Roscoe strapping Morbius in this universe? Is he fucking morbing? Do you really think he did it? Do you really think he's Morbius? Without a shadow of a doubt. We still have a number of riddles to solve, but he's a very intelligent adversary. Oh, he doesn't seem that smart to me. He very carefully and deliberately diverts the conversation away from the most crucial point. Most crucial point? What's that then? Whether Blaze was actually shot in the dark or not. Woo! Moida in the doik! Are you saying that Blaze weren't shot when it all went dark? Do you recall where we concluded the shot was fired from? Aye, from where Strappin had been standing on stage, weren't it? Yes, and to hit Blaze from that distance with a single shot in the dark would be impossible. Let me have a sip quickly, my throat's getting dry. That's what happens when you have to do Roscoe's fucking voice. Kind of low-key want to see a Lucy Catriel crossover episode. See, I still haven't completed, like, watching the cat stuff, but I do think they vibe pretty well. And, like, I think it's confirmed that they are, like, talking to each other, specifically Lucy and Cat. So, if they ever did anything extra with the series, which, I mean, they're doing the manga, so maybe we'll get something in the future. But, like, I definitely think the next move, if they do something with this series, is going to be to bring, Mystery Room and Mystery Journey together. I don't know what they would call it. Mystery Cubed? Mystery Journey Room? Mystery Room Journey? I don't know. Layton's siblings plus Lucy is also here. Yeah, there are definitely hints. There's one in the game, one in the anime, and I think there's also a hint slightly in the manga in one of the covers where they're looking at the, what they call relic stones or something from the anime, but I don't know that enough to say that's with any certainty. So yeah, I definitely think if they do something more with the series after the manga, it's gonna be something that involves Cat and also these guys, which is kind of why I wanted to play this game like right now, just like so if anything happens, if it was like a game or like anything that I could like stream or like watch in the server, then we would like get up to date with it, you know? You should get around to reading it. You should join the Layton Brothers Discord. There's a duo of fucking fantastic people that translate it, and it's incredible. Anyway, we're playing a game. Whoops. But we know that that's where she was done in from, don't we? So we do. There's no disrupting where the shot was fired from. But when the shot was fired, that's a detail about which we still have some room for maneuver. Yeah. What do you mean when it were fired? I mean, if it had only been pitch black, Blaze would have been an if only it hadn't been pitch black, Blaze would have been an easy shot from that location. Do you see? So now, when do you think the shot was fired that killed Blaze? Well, if it wasn't when it was dark, and she was definitely performing, it had to be during the performance. Bayek, Prof, not during the performance. Exactly. We know where the shooter was standing, and we know there was the noise of a gunshot. When you consider those two facts together, there's only one logical conclusion. The gun used in the final scene of the play was a real gun. Correct. Unbelievable. We can be almost certain that's the truth of the matter, but it is just a theory at this stage. We need to find some evidence that Blaze was actually shot while the performance was underway. I hear you, Prof. I'm on it. Let's start investigating, baby. So this one I do know the answer to, so I'm gonna field it out to chat. Going by the evidence we've received so far, what do you think might point out that she was shot during the performance? I'm gonna scroll through it, and y'all just say if you think you know something. I should also probably unspam him at some point, because this is one of my lower effort models. And by models, I mean textures. It's fine. Whew, excuse me. I think Zach did it. Damn, you're right. Any ideas? Apart from Zach? Gulp. Okay, we're good. I'm definitely about to run out of water. I do not have much left. We will take a break in a second. The oil? Ah, it was Goldie, I see. The oil. Let's see. Cha! This is the proof we need, isn't it? Unfortunately not, Lucy. Liz was supposed to act out her death as Strapping shot a blank from the gun he had trained on her. He's so wordy, Jesus. But she weren't. She was shot for real, the poor lass. And that difference and that difference in the course of events is sure to have left a trail of evidence behind it. Stop saying words, Al. I hate you. I know, we need hard evidence. Right, on with the job then. See, now I'm doubting that it is what I think it is. I think it's this. I think. Because if she would... See, now I can't remember what it is, because I have my thought of what it is, but I also can't remember if that's... Maybe it's the order of the blood? No, because that's like fake blood, then real blood. No, I think it is. I think it is what I think it is. Oop. I found a remote control, Prof. Ah, that must have been used to detonate the squib and burst Blaze's bladder. Of fake blood. Blaze would have been the one to push this button, wouldn't she? So how come it were chucked away here in the bin? Yeah, okay, so it was this. Yes, what does that tell us, do you think, Lucy? That it wasn't used, besties. Ooh, excuse me, I'm getting yawny. If the remote's here in the bin, then chances are Blaze never pushed the button at all. There you have it. Despite failing to figure the squib, blood poured from Blaze's wound during the performance. Because she were actually shot with a real gun. And we have the entire audience as witnesses. That's hard evidence then, isn't it, Prof? Yes, well done. Hehe. Oh, she's so cute. Let's hand this remote control over to forensics and have them confirm the button was never pressed. I'll go ask him right this minute. I don't know how you would confirm that with forensics. Like, do they... I guess they, like, scan it for fingerprints? But, like, surely that'd be fingerprints just from handling. I don't know. Probably some science shit. I've been and asked him. I've been thinking while I were gone. Why'd you want to kill someone in front of all them witnesses, eh? That, Lucy, is the biggest mystery of this case. If his aim had been even slightly off, he'd have given himself away in an instant. It's hard to see what we're driving him, I must say. Well, there's no point worrying about what we don't yet know. Let's continue our investigation based on what we do know. Blaze was shot with a real gun in the final scene of the performance. Now we've established that, the events that followed in the darkness start to fall into place. Oh, aye, there's plenty of questions that need answering now. Firstly, Blaze's scream. Secondly, the gunshot that rang out through the darkness. He's an actor, he needs attention. Damn. Let's get to the bottom of those two curiosities. But before we do that, I'm gonna go on a quick break because I need a drinky. Burb. Wait, I should have swapped my soul back. Give me a sec. Put my soul back in my body. It's fine. Okay, we back. Hello. There we go. Hey, nice and cozy. Trevor. There we go. Okay, so what were we up to? I forget. Oh yeah, so now that we know she was killed in the performance, we need to work out how Scream, also what happened with the shot in the dark. So, if Blaze were dead as a doornail before it already went dark, she'd have a hard job screaming, eh? The most obvious explanation for that is that someone else screamed. So, Lucy, who do you think actually let out the scream in the darkness? I mean, Roscoe's a very good actor, but I don't know if he's going to be able to emulate Gloria's voice. Bray, again, I mean, we don't know. We've not met him, but I think the most sensible assumption would probably be Destiny. Well, if it weren't Blaze who screamed, the only other possibility is that Nox lass. Quite, neither Strapping nor Clegg could have convincingly imitated a woman's scream. But that's not quite the whole story. We already have evidence to suggest that Strapping told Nox to scream. We do? Yes, it's all there in the suspect statements. Which statement tells us when Strapping most probably told Nox to scream? None of these are giving us anything. Went straight back to the dressing room. Destiny was holding Gloria. Heard Gloria scream. After the scream, heard a gunshot. Okay, that's interesting, actually. It was scream, then gunshot. So the order of events at this moment in time is real gunshot, death, scream, fake gunshot. That feels wonky to me. Mr. Strapping bumped into Destiny and that wasn't in the script, and then when got knocked out. I believe it is this one. That's the only time that they interact in these statements. Mr. Strapping bumped into Destiny. That sounds dead fishy, that does. Agreed. Knocking her over would have given him ample time to tell her what he wanted her to do. So what? Nox was an accomplice then? Not exactly. If she were really his accomplice, they would have plotted the whole thing together from the start. Aye, why didn't they? It's a bit odd, isn't it? It seems there's yet more to this case than meets the eye. So let's get this straight. If Blaze were killed during the performance, what was the shot that everyone heard when the lights went out? My guess is that it was fired by Strapping as part of the whole deception. There's sure to be evidence on the scene somewhere that proves he fired a second shot. Yeah, I best get looking then. I mean, how many bullets does a gun have in its chamber usually? It's like 6, right? How many did this have in the end? 5, okay. Yeah, because it's like a 6-cylinder gun, that's like the phrase. So it'd have to be one of the blanks, in which case it would be this. But that's not evidence of it. I actually don't remember this one. Oh no. Model of a gun, it can only fire blanks. It's swimming in the oil. Oh, the oil! Objection! Oil. Is this it? No? No? It wasn't the oil? Am I thinking one step ahead? Do I just need to choose this? Okay, okay. I was thinking one step ahead. Damn. I'm too smart for this game. This is what he used. Strapping must have used this replica gun, no? I bet that's it. Let's see, the prop gun was found behind the set. He would have had to work his way around to knock out Clegg from here then, if you're right. Is there any evidence? Oil! Oil! It was oil! The evidence is oil! 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 These oil stains are a bit telling, aren't they? Ah, yes, that must be the oil used to lubricate the replica gun. He must have been running his hand along the back of the set here to feel his way in the dark. Without a doubt. That's how Strapping worked his way over to where Clegg was. He groped around in the dark until he located him, then hit him and knocked him out. Nasty stuff. This shows us the person who had the replica gun passed this way. In other words, it's proof that Strapping crossed behind the back of the stage in the dark. We're getting closer, Prof. And all because of oil! We've honed in on the truth, it seems. And prove Strapping's the killer! Ring ring! Oh, that's the phone. I'll get it. It was forensics. They said the remote switch weren't pressed, just as we thought. So somehow they have confirmed it was not pressed specifically on that day. I don't know how, but they sure did. Anyway, I think it's nearly time for you to break out those cos jams. That clinches it. Shall I call Strapping in? There's something that's still troubling me a little, but I'm sure we've got enough. Yes, call him in. I can't tell you how much I've been waiting for this. Alright, break out your cos jams, it's time! I wasn't expecting you'd want to see me again quite so soon, Precious. Don't get the wrong idea, Mr. Strapping. Come now, don't be bashful. I like a woman who takes the bit between the teeth. I'm telling you, this is strictly business. Mr. Strapping, if I may. We've managed to identify the criminal responsible for murdering your fiancé. I knew it. Didn't I tell you it was someone from the audience? Tell me the wretch's name. Who's the criminal? Take that! That! The killer, Mr. Strapping, was you! Oh, Precious, if you want to get my attention, there are much more effective ways, you know. No, Mr. Strapping, Lucy is quite serious. You killed Miss Blaze. What a disappointment, you really are an artless pair. I've already laid it out for you on a platter. The killer was hiding in the audience. He or she made their way... He or she made his or her... No. They made their way. I'm just saying. It's easier for just to say they. Please. You clearly know how to do it. Anyway. Onto the stage in the darkness and pulled the trigger. With one fateful bullet, my darling's heart was pierced and our love rent to sunder. Oh, whoa. Sorry, but that don't stack up. It'd be almost impossible to have killed her with a single shot, and here's why. Because it were pitch black. Take that! Woo. When the gunshot were heard, the stage were in total darkness. How could anyone have taken aim when they couldn't even see what to aim at? Ah, yes, I remember you suggesting that idea before. In which case, surely the accusation of my own guilt meets with a sticky end, no? On the contrary. It is precisely the fact that Miss Blaze was killed with a single bullet that incriminates you, Mr. Strapping. I'm quite sure I don't follow. An explanation, sir, if you please. It's because you shot the gun in the show! Miss Blaze weren't killed during the blackout, were she? No, her life ended a few moments earlier. On stage during the finale of the show in front of a full house. What a fantastical idea! Your imagination is wasted on this job, Precious. You should hand in your notice and become a dramatist. That's not imagined about it! Then pray tell, how do you explain that blood-curdling scream that pierced the darkness? Every member of the house, every member of the audience in the full house of which you speak heard a woman scream. It was wait, no, Destiny. I'd be willing to bet it was Miss Knox who screamed. What rot! You're clutching at straws now. Everyone there who said it was glorious who screamed. That's just because when the lights came back up, they saw Miss Blaze lying dead on stage. Faced with a scene like that, who wouldn't assume it was the lass that just screamed? And just before the lights went out, you bumped into Miss Knox. It's in Mr. Clegg's statement. That's when you told her you were going to need her to scream once you cut the lights. You are quite deluded. This is all an utter fabrication. We're not deluded at all. You know it's the truth. Stop trying to deny it. I have absolutely no recollection of anything you're saying. Your so-called evidence is all circumstantial. Do you actually have any conclusive proof? At all? I have not seen a single shred of hard evidence. Oh, we've got proof, all right. How about this for starters? What's the irrefutable evidence? The gun, right? Oh, the bullet hole. Bullet hole. That one. Yeah, I think. Probably. Yes? Oh god, we've gotten all the information. We've got everything here. I think it's the bullet hole. Oh shit. Fuck. I fucked up. I hardly think that qualifies, Precious. That's not what we concluded, Lucy. You kind of forgotten already. Oops, sorry, Prof. There is multiple pieces of irrefutable evidence. Fuck you. Is it the replica gun then? Because that... No, okay, so if we walk through it, he came off stage, he bumped into... Oh, it's the fucking button, duh. There it is. Yeah, you're right, it's the button. Isn't that the squib remote? Aye. Which should have been carried by Miss Blaze for her to push the button in time with you fire in the blank. But, Mr. Strappin, the button was never pressed. I do need you to see these for a second. These arrows, I know I don't point them out much, but these ones are a lot. Knob never nudged. Squib never squirted. I just want you guys to sit with those for a second. But the button were never pressed. So it's a bit hard to explain where all that blood came from in the final scene, eh? No, that can't. There's only one explanation for it that makes sense. And I think you know what it is, don't you, Mr. Strappin? She were bleeding because you shot her with a real gun. He is fucking dead. Clearly, Gloria just forgot to take her the remote control with her that time. There's no way out of this, Mr. Strappin. You can't explain it away. You shot her, no question. Nonsense. Woo! We did it! Or not! Encore! You what? You overwhelmed me before with that barrage of illogical claptrap, but now I've recovered my poise. I'm not guilty, I was framed. Clegg was behind the whole thing. I don't care much for your constant ducking and diving, Mr. Strappin. I had no idea when I pulled the trigger. I thought it was just the replica gun. But oh, what cruel error! I only realized after the fatal deed was done what my mistake was. It was the recoil that alerted me to the truth. I've just had just enough about help. I've had just enough of your lies. You can't trick us anymore. Hi! Oh, but my dear Lucy, he's telling the truth now. Oh, crikey, not this again. Someone very carefully arranged for a real gun that looked exactly like the replica to be there at the scene. Yes, that part of all this was very much a premeditated crime. But everything that followed, That wasn't driven by lust, nor heartache, nor by insanity, even. No, what followed was nothing more than an ad-libbed scramble to hide the truth! Come on, Prof, you're not saying that there was someone else involved that switched the guns over? Oh yes, there was someone else involved, the mastermind behind this whole charade. Just the sort of killer I like. You're getting rather carried away in your soliloquy. But despite your rather crazy demeanor, I do believe you've got the truth, Inspector. Indeed, the root of all this evil is Clegg. He's the one who switched the guns. After all, the man was head over heels in love with Gloria. Bit of a funny way to show it, isn't it? Why, then, do you ask, did he feel the need to kill Gloria in front of a theatre full of onlookers? The answer, of course, is staring you in the face. Hey, enough of this high and mighty know-it-all attitude, eh? You're the guilty one, don't forget. Guilty? Moi? Oh, contraire. Oh god, it is Zach again. Shit! There's only one French person and it is Zach. Oh no, panic. I am a victim in all of this. Listen to you two, yapping like dogs. Am I going to have to cut out your tongues to get you to shut up? There's really no need for violence, Inspector. Hey, keep your hair on, Prof. So, strapping. Yes, what is it, sir? You pulled the trigger of what you thought was a replica gun and you shot a bullet right through Blaze's heart. Then, to avert suspicion, you cut the lights and had Nox scream as you fired off a blank. And just to be sure, you fumbled your way over to Clegg, knocked him out and put the gun in his hand. Isn't that how it happened? To the latter! Bravo, Inspector! A brilliant deduction! You're admitting now! I didn't think you'd fall that easily! Ugh, so you're a coward as well as a crook. What are you talking about? I did it for justice! Direct your scorn at Clegg. He switched the guns. He's the true criminal! Clegg switched the guns. Don't make me laugh. Remember Blaze's dead body. That mouse of a man doesn't have the flair for such an inspired death. Inspired death, eh? Oh yes, inspired and beautiful. The final scene. The audience on the edges of their seat, then pow! Shot through the heart. Blood spilling everywhere. The stage awash with crimson glory. Magnificent, wouldn't you agree? Is this fellow quite all right? What are you talking about? It's not magnificent about murder, Prof. You don't see? No, I do not. And I don't much want to, not the way you're seeing things right now, anyhow. At least you're plucky. Think, Lucy, who is the mastermind behind this crime, and what is the evidence that proves it? You've already both seen the evidence. It couldn't be more plain. Is he serious or Jay? Please. Prof, are you serious or Jay? So who did it if it wasn't Roscoe? And it wasn't Bray? And we have definitely affirmed that it is not one of their admirers. So it's either Destiny, who was told to scream and acted as an ad-lib, or it was Gloria. And what proves it? I think we've already seen that. Whoopsies. It was Gloria Blaze. She was the mastermind behind the whole thing. And it's the remote control that proves it. Oh, look at them. Oh, my best friends. Also, yeah, sorry, yeah. A woman is dead, but look at them, they're so cute. You've really lost the plot now, precious. Gloria's the victim of this terrible crime, not the perpetrator. Lucy's absolutely right. Thank goodness you're back, Prof. Sorry if I alarmed you. Yes, the remote control we found discarded in the rubbish bin. I believe Miss Blaze threw it away on purpose. What a ludicrous suggestion! Why on earth would she do such a thing? Because Miss Blaze planned all this right from the start. She was responsible for switching the guns. She knew she were going to be shot dead on that day. She had no use for the remote control. That's just... I don't understand. Why would Gloria orchestrate her own murder, for goodness sake? Yes, what was going through Miss Blaze's mind to make her take such extreme measures? The answer to that is written in a message. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me. Al just got a bit of the burpees. That's just what happens, you know? The answer to that is written in a message which you have already seen with your own eyes. What message? The message Miss Blaze wrote to you and left for you to find. Lucy, would you care to explain? What message did Blaze leave? Well, I think we've seen a message, alright. Oh, look at that little wiggly ear! I love her! Also, a woman is dead. Sorry. You'll pay for betraying me. That's what Miss Blaze wrote. She meant the message for you. Is it starting to make sense now? Not the affair. But she wouldn't have killed herself like this because of a silly affair. I'd have to be out of your mind. I think it's fair to say that Miss Blaze was not of sound mind. Driven to madness as she was, Mr. Strapping, by you. So that man sucks, is basically the gist of this case. Al, you here? Oh, hello, Detective Lawson. Have you got some new info for us? Yeah, I have. The lads found a typewriter in Blaze's room identical to the one used to type the note you found. And they have proved it was Blaze who ordered the gun too. That's exactly the proof we needed. Lovely job. Who would have guessed the victim was the mastermind behind the whole thing? I'm glad you figured it out. Man sucks. More at next case. I'm amazed you figured it out. So tell me, exactly who did figure it out? What do you mean? The Prof and me, of course. Who else? That's what I'm asking you. His fucking voice is slipping and sliding all over the place. I cannot pin it down because he's not American. He's British, but I can't do a British bloke accent. Wait. Hey, he's the Greg's guy. I don't follow. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Oh? It's not like you to head off early, Prof. Everything all right? Yes, perfectly. There's just a program I'd like to see on the television. So I'll see you tomorrow. Man skips off work early because there's a TV show he wants to catch. Bruh. Okie dokie, I'll see you later. Bye, Al. Whoa. See, I don't... Men voices do not come naturally to me. Bye, Al. Nice work. I bet the prof's jiggered after all that excitement. Excitement? What do you mean? I'll tell you what I mean. When he starts getting on a roll with his questions and that, he changes. It's ever so sudden when it happens. I see. And how does he change exactly? Like you wouldn't believe. For starters, his hair goes all wild and dishevelled. It hangs down in front of his eyes. It's that creepy it is. It makes him look evil, it does. I see. Anything other than his hair that changes about him? Oh, hey, it's his whole personality. He says that's the worst part about it. It's the way he says stuff, I suppose. He gets all high and mighty and mardy and, well, just plain scary, if truth be told. I mean, do you know what he said to me and the fellow that were here before when we were arguing? No. What? He said we were yapping like dogs and he'd have to cut out our tongues. And he were being serious. You can't blame the man for having a sense of humour. It weren't funny. He's so intense, I'm telling you, it's dead frightening. Must be difficult. Aye, well, that dark side of his is starting to get up my nose. He's this far away from a Lucy Lampin. Well, try not to lose your patience. Oh, I'm trying hard. By the way, Al doesn't ever come out with any unfamiliar names when he's like that, does he? Eh? You know, he doesn't start I cannot with his voice. It just turns into Lucy, which is weird. He doesn't start talking about people or places that have nothing to do with the case. No, I can't say he does. I'll tell you something he did say, though. He said death were inspired and beautiful. Really? Why are you so interested, anyway? Oh, no reason, really. It's just... Well, if he does mention any strange names like that, be sure to let me know. On the quiet, okay? On the quiet? Yeah, it'd be better for him that way. How come? It just would. Trust me. Well, okay, if you say so. Just make sure he doesn't find out you're reporting to me. Fuck your voice. You're gonna get a different one every time I see you. Anyway, that's totally fine and not worrying at all. How long have we been going? Like an hour and a half? Another hour and a half. Should get us... Yeah, okay, so we're gonna raid in before the run starts, but it's fine. Assuming this case takes about the same time. Hi, my best friend! I saw his picture on the fucking cover and I didn't even think, like, I didn't even realize that that meant my best friend would be here. Give me a second, I just need to prepare myself for my best friend. Oh, I love this guy. He's so... Ian, mind if I barge in on you? Hello, Dustin. Is it that time already? Everyone in this game is his first friend except Zach and Zach. Correct. Nah, I ain't come to do clean just yet. I just got a funny story you might be interested in, that's all. Oh, what's that then? The walking corpse, I call it. You believe in that sort of thing? Don't be daft, Dustin. A corpse is a corpse, dead as a doornail, and no better at walking than one. You reckon? Well, my big brother seen one with his own eyes. And what's more, it was possessed, being controlled by a demon. Intriguing indeed, Dustin. Tell us more. You got me hooked on this tale now. Come on, let's hear it. Thought you might say that. I got this whole thing written down here in this file, and no doubt you two will figure out what's what with it. Don't you worry, Dustin. Every puzzle has an answer, they say, and the prof always finds it. That's a reference to the games! Good to hear. And if you can help me brother out while you're at it, I mean, that'd be diamond. Your brother, Dustin? How's he involved? That's the thing that Layton said! Holy shit! A fascinating case. That's how the prof described it, but fascinating weren't the word. More like plain frightening. It was deep in this South American jungle in a tiny cliff-top hut. The victim were an archaeologist. He'd had an axe planted in his brow. There were 4 suspects this time. Well, 4 human ones and something else. Nearby villagers were saying it was the work of a demon. But demons don't exist. I was sure of that. Once we'd finished working on this case, though, I were a bit wiser. Demons do exist. Why? Oh, it's fine. Like, you know, she's just chatting about, you know, random shit. It's fine. Right? Sweats. I see. Dustin did a good job for talking us into this one, didn't he? What do you mean? Let me explain the case a bit. A small group of archaeologists were carrying out a dig in an ancient site in a South American jungle. The day they commenced work, the body of the group's leader, a Dr. Archaeology, was found. Stupid fucking Ace Attorney ass names. I nearly got through it without laughing. Was discovered. He is a murder professor of archaeologists, a major world archaeologist credited with many important finds. Rumors abound about him taking others' glory and fabricating discoveries. Murder, is it? Well, this is what we know. Ology and his crew made what was thought to be a very significant discovery. A curious stone idol. Eee, what a creepy little chap. Back at their hotel, the team asked the proprietor if he had a safe space where they could store their finds. He recommended a small hut at the top of the nearby cliff. Oh, aye, cliff tops provide natural defenses, don't they? I remember that from second year geography. My best friend, Lucy. She's so normal. That evening, a local who'd been helping out on the dig presented the team with some homemade liquor. Keen to celebrate their great find, Ologi and another member of the crew started drinking. It was the middle of the night that things started to go wrong. The phone rang at the front desk. I'm going to take that one from the top. The phone rang at the front desk of the hotel with a call from the hut. It was Ologi's voice on the line, screaming, "It's a demon! It's going to kill me! Help!" The proprietor rushed over to the hut, but the door was locked. Apparently, it's a special lock that only has one key, which is impossible to duplicate. Proprietor, a man by the name of Mika Tsukasa, fucking ace attorney names, had no choice but to break the door down. You must be a burly fellow, then. Yes, but the scene that confronted him inside the hut would have made even the most toughest of men wince. What were in there, Prof? Ologi's dead body, with the axe that killed him still lodged in his skull. Oh, that's nasty. An even more unbelievable turn of events followed. Ologi's lifeless corpse got up and lunged to attack. Give over! There were 2 witnesses, despite the apparent impossibility of the incident. I've got chills running down my spine now. The ensuing investigation revealed another interesting fact. The stone idol that the team had found on the dig had completely vanished from the scene. Apparently, it was possessed by a demon. Come on, Prof, you don't really believe it were the work of a demon, do ya? That's what's rumored to be the case among the locals in the area. Don't you think maybe we should leave well enough alone in this case, Prof? We can't. The local police are detaining one of the archaeologists who was asleep outside the hut. There you go, you see, it were no demon, it were a human, I knew it. Well, that archaeologist is Dustin's brother. Look at them! I love them! They're both so good! Eh? What, our Dustin, who dropped off all them papers before? Yes, our Dustin, the cleaner. The singular cleaner that the entire of Scotland Yard has. It looks like the only way to help his brother is to identify the true culprit. In that case, let's get stuck in. My thoughts exactly, so let's consider the possibilities. There are 4 suspects. The first one, as we've already said, is Dustin's brother, Doug Scowers. He's a research student studying to become an archaeologist, though ambitiously dislikes those who chase fame too eagerly. Also, he's Dustin's brother. 2 very good pun names, Dustin and Doug. Terrible. On the night of the murder, he and Ologi were drinking together, alone. Unfortunately, they got drunk and now Scowers can't remember what happened. If you weren't Dustin's brother, I'd be a little more suspicious of that. Well, Lucy, he's still a suspect. We can't rule out the possibility that he's guilty. The next suspect is the owner of the hotel, Mika Tsukasa. The owner of the only hotel in the vicinity of the dig site. Being so remote, the hotel makes little profit. He's strong but timid. Oh, he's the fellow that recommended they use the hut in the first place, eh? Then we have a local by the name of Chico Coretta, who lives in the village near the site of the dig. He's a local guide, well versed in the ancient legends of the site. He works as a guide on account of his ability in English. He's engaged to be married to Atista. He was working on the team as their guide. He's also the person who gave the liquor to Ologi and Scowers. That's a bit fishy. Finally, there's Marina Atista, a young woman who works at Tsukasa's hotel. She is a young girl who works at the hotel, fluent in English. She taught Coretta, and the pair are engaged to be married. She's the one who heard Ologi's dying screams over the phone. That don't look like much of a murderer, I must say. And that's all our suspects. There are a number of very peculiar things about this case. The biggest mystery is how the murder took place. Aye, because when Tsukasa got to the hut, the door was still shut from the inside, weren't it? Yes, the only window in the hut is barred, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out that way. So where'd the killer disappear to then? Where indeed. Those are the details we have so far. With so little to go on, I'm sure you'll find it hard to guess who the culprit is. But still, what's your gut feeling, Lucy? Always start with your gut feeling, eh, Prof? Absolutely. Right, well, I can't say this kiss don't give me the willies, but I'll give it my best bash. And let's go investigate the crime scene. Itchy nose, itchy nose, itchy nose. Ow, 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 ow. There we go. Do you think you'll be able to look around enough in 5 minutes? No trouble, prof. I feel like if you were a police officer, you would be taking more than 5 minutes with a, like, crime scene, right? I don't know. I feel like they're not doing their due diligence. So let's set up the poll now, and I'll just set it to run for like 5 minutes or whatever. I can end it early if we get bored. Oh no, I can't set up a new poll for some reason. Let me refresh the page. So we got new poll, there we go. So there's Doug, brother. Then there's Mika Tsukasa. Sure, it's probably like that. A hotel man. Then there's Chico Careta. Guide. And then there's Marina Atista, who is the hotel employee. Oh, I can't fit that all in. Hotel girl. I'll take out her last name. There we go. And there's also listed the stone idol, so I guess we'll put down demon. The one who gave them the liqueur was Chico Careta. Alright, I'll give you 5 minutes to vote on that one. You think it was Zach? Damn, you're right again. Oh dear, oh dear. Let's go. Let's settle in. There we go. There. I guess I could have probably put in Archie as well, because we've now set the precedent that the victim can do the crime, but too late. And we got the statements as well. We don't usually read these, but let's have a quick scan through. Chico brought some liquor. It was great stuff. Mariana brought them. Doug drank too much that night and only stirred when he was awoken by the police. No recollection why he was outside the hut at all. Mariana called Mika after 11 PM and they went to the hut together. The door was locked. He looked around the hut, but there was nobody inside except for Dr. Ologi. It was dark and there was nowhere to hide. Certain it was empty. There are Diablos at the site. The stone statue is one of them. I tried to stop Senor Ologi from taking it. Now the Diablo has killed him. Gave Senor Logi some of my people's liquor. That is the last time I was in the hut. I went straight home to bed. Night is when the Diablos come. At around 11 PM, Dr. Ologi called on the intercom, frantically screaming for help. It's the demon, he said. I was too scared to go alone, so she called Mr. Tsukatsu to come with. Door was locked. Mr. Scowers was asleep outside. The dead body got up and lunged towards. It knocked over the bottle on the table, so it was not an illusion. So, let's start investigating. There's a lot to look at here. Let's just start here. Door. The butler did it. Correct. Tsukasa broke it down. Prints were wiped off of the knob. There's a screw here. Small screw made of pure brass. It is covered in mud and very dirty. Scowers was very drunk. Oh, and there's another one that hinges. Brass hinges affixed to the outside. One of the screws is missing. I think we can assume where that's gone. Chopping block. Logs are piled up by alongside a chopping block. Anything else here? Nope. Oh, this is inside. Local liqueur. Strong, easy to drink local liqueur. It's spilt on the floor, leaving a stain. There's some signs here. Signs for the hotel. Many of them are large, some even exceeding 2 meters in height. There's a coat hook here. Metal coat hook affixed to the wall. It is large and sturdy. Nothing was hanging on it. There's an intercom, a direct connection to the hotel reception, functional but old, the sound quality is poor, fingerprints have been wiped off of it. Dead body. The stain left by the massive hemorrhage on the head wound, it has taken on an elongated shape. The butt. Oh, sorry, the hut key. Duplication is impossible. This is the only key to the hut and it was found in the victim's pocket. Ologi's dead body, with the axe still in the skull, he would have died instantly. No other injuries are evidence. His jacket collar is ripped. Splitting axe for making firewood. Ouch. All the prints have been wiped off. Crate D. Crate labeled D. The lid has been nailed down firmly. The contents have not been disturbed. It's absolutely shredded. It has an 8-pack. Crate labeled C. The lid has been removed and the contents taken. Covered in iron bars that make entry or exit through the window impossible. The stone idol would probably just about fit through. Crate A. The lid has been removed but the contents have not been taken, despite being of considerable value. The lid has been removed, the contents not taken. It contains a large variety of ancient weapons. Rafter damage. There is a notch in one of these beams that supports the hut roof. It is newly created apparently by a thin wire or cord. And same thing here. Table. It sure is a table. Because we're getting so much evidence now, I'm not going to go through every single one looking for the funnies. I'm just going to go for the ones that probably have funnies. Stone idol crate C. I didn't actually read the photo notes. Let me read those. A crack in the idol's head annotates the photo of the stone idol. And there's a bunch of fingerprints on it. Yep, that's the table. Ooh, we got a 50-50. One of you thinks it's Chico, and one of you thinks it's Mariana, who I accidentally wrote as Marina. People have been talking too much about Splatoon. Ologi's suitcase containing his archaeological data made of aluminium. It looks weighty and is unlocked. Fishing tackle. A complete set including rods, lines, and lures. Neat. Anything else to check? Looks like that is it. There we go. Okay, we gotta name the culprit. I don't know what to do in a 50-50. Where are my dice? I'll just roll. Where are my dice, actually? Great question. Fuck. Give me a second. I gotta find my dice. I found them. I don't need all of them though, just one. But it's good to know where they are. All right. If it is odd, we will go with. Who were the votes again? Where'd my poll go? There we are. Why do I have to go to a pop out to see the results? All right. If it is odd, we will go with Chico. If it is even, we will go with Marina. Ah, game, come back, please. Ow. Okay, it is odd. We are going for Chico. Whose behavior do you find the most suspicious then, Lucy? We believe it is Chico. Well, as far as I can make out, the killer must have been that Coretta lad. Very good, Lucy. We're in complete agreement. I knew I were onto the right fellow. Yes, let's see. I'm 95.1% sure. I'd very much like to interview Mr. Coretta in person. I wonder where we can find him. It might take us a while to track him down, what with him living in the middle of the jungle, eh? I'll just bob out and see what I can do, alright? Ring ring. Eh, Prof, we're dead lucky. Coretta's right here in town. It just happens that he's over doing a spot of sightseeing. Uncannily convenient. But still, let's not waste the chance to call him in then. Already done. He's on his way right now. Good, then let's quickly go over what we know about the man before he arrives. Well, since he's an expert on the itch. My nose is itching so much that I can't focus on reading. Help. Her accent is from Yorkshire, Ari. Well, he's an expert on the ancient sat and speaks some English, so you were a good choice as the guide. Yes, it seems English speakers are in short supply in the village where he comes from. Hey, did you know this, Prof? Looks like Carrera and that Atista lad are engaged to be married. Hey, they make a champion couple, they do. She's just so obsessed with every relationship she comes across. I love her. Self-care, I will take that, thank you. Yeah. That goes for everyone in chat as well. Have a stretch. Have a sip. Take any fucking meds you got to. I keep on forgetting mine. Listen, I can't do a Yorkshire accent, but I can do a fair approximation of one. Let me see if I can find like a good Yorkshire accent example. Yorkshire accent, girl. Hey game, shut up for a second, right? Thank you. That's a child. I'm not putting a child on the internet. Listen to these beautiful, broad Yorkshire accents, sure.
Oh, you're videoing as well?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh, this is right. We'll go see some of these. These are hilarious, right?
We're at the King's Arms pub, I think, in York, right?
Hello. Welcome to England.
There you go. You can get the video as well.
Did you say Laura or Lauren?
My name's Lauren.
Lauren. And where are you from? Are you from the city of York or a different part of Yorkshire?
I'm originally from Sheffield, but I live just around the corner there, and my work is just there above us.
And how would you describe your accent? You said broad.
Broad. I'm broad.
Broad
Yeah,
Yorkshire?
Broad Yorkshire.
But
yeah.
not quite as strong as Barnsley, you said?
That's like that.
So if you were looking for the strongest Yorkshire accent, that's where you would go?
Yeah, definitely.
Recently discovered the Cumbrian accent is sharing with
From the
Chris.
city of York?
I am from the city of York.
And would you say you have broad Yorkshire or not?
Very
broad?
broad. Yeah, I'd say very broad. So I'd say like, if I was a
Yeah,
person,
there
I'd
are
say-
so many fucking accents in this country. I love it.
Most people would say, are we going for a drink? I would say, we're off to a pub for a pint. That's how I would say it.
Shall I play this? Okay, sure.
Hey,
That's not exactly the Yorkshire that I'm emulating anyway. Whatever.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what I was going to do. I was going to read you a bit of a poem out at front of this book. But the way it's office, I'll tell you about myself. I was Ted Ralph.
I fucking love the Cumbrian
I'm the
accent. It's
president
great.
of Lakeland Dialect Society, and I've been for 3 or 4 years now. And I'm also the editor of the journal, but that's by the way, because I've been that for about 40 years, and I was ready for giving hour. Anyway, I'll read you a poem from the beginning of a law book by our late secretary, Irving Graham. It's Irving's poem. It's called About Using the Dialect or Losing It. It's called Use It or Lose It. Use it or lose it, that's what folks say. If you didn't hear this, it'll waddle away. Use our Macca talk, our Cumberland crack. Because once it's gone, it'll never come back.
I don't know why we have so many accents.
I
I think
still
it's
don't
something
know.
to do with the fact that
Talk
we have
as
like
much as you
1,000
can.
different
You know,
fucking
Macca talk.
like people came
It'll
here.
keep your gay strong. Use it gay often, as much as you like, or it'll just get away like snow for dyke.
Okay, so brief interlude for that aside. Yeah, I'm doing a vaguely Yorkshire accent for her because she's from Yorkshire. Though that said, in the manga, she's technically I think they say that she's a Japanese exchange. So like she's just from she's that character who is foreign in some way. Which I love. It's great. There's that fucking there's that Animal Crossing character who is like GNC and foreign no matter what language you're like playing in. It's great. There we are. I think their name is Sasha, and I genuinely do not know what their pronouns are. It's fabulous. Anyway, these two are engaged to be married, and yes, they seem like a good match. Shame he's our prime suspect, eh? Ding dong! And here he is, look. Right, let's get to the truth. I'm not going to be doing an accent for Chico, because that feels kind of whack. Hello, you must be Mr. Chico Coretta, are you? Hola, you can call me Chico. I'm Alfendi Layton. I'm an analytical investigator. Feel free to call me Al if that's easier for you. Dude, he's... Okay, so I have some gripes with this game, and one of them is how they treat some of the characters in this case. So we're just gonna have to grit our teeth through that. And I'm Lucy, I'm the prof's assistant. It's nice to meet you, Al and Lucy. So I hear you've come over to do some sightseeing. Marina, she tells me that I come here. I've never been a fan of, like, the joking sort of broken English. I don't know, it kind of dunks on me. I don't enjoy it. She tells me to come here. It's very nice. Well, we're really sorry to call you in like this and mess up your holiday. It's no problem. Ew, what's with the mask? Where the fuck was he keeping that? It's my happy face. Crikey, it makes him sound different and all with that thing on. Hey amigos, do you want a gift? I made these cookies just before, for you. Oh, thanks very much. Very kind of you. Yep, is this for mashing? It's tea, not bickies. You see, it says right here on the box in massive letters. Oh, I made a mistake. Not another mask. How many of them things have you got? Am I correct in thinking, Mr. Coretta, that while your spoken English is excellent, you can't read or write it? You cannot read or write English. I speak is good. I understand you. You understand me, yeah? Nice. Wonderful. Isn't that to get excited about? So let's get down to business, shall we, to defeat the Huns. We're investigating the murder of Dr. Archeologi, as I'm sure you're aware. We would very much appreciate your assistance in the matter, Mr. Coretta. Would you be willing to help? Good night, sleep well. See, I help you. Excellent, so, oh wait, that wasn't Lucy. So let's start by examining the corpse and the murder weapon, shall we? Dude's got a bunch of masks hidden in this poncho. Absolute king shit, to be honest. He's just wearing them like a turtle. A walking corpse, that's the real mystery here. And there's the hut door to consider, of course. Somehow the victim was killed in a room locked from within. It's not the work of humans, it's the work of the Diablo. Keep your scary ideas to yourself, Mr. Coretta, please. Fascinating theory. Oh, come on, Prof. Right, well then, let's start our investigation of the scene. So, where do you want to start? Let's start with the murder weapon. That one seems easy. I've explained all this already, but just in case it wasn't clear, I want you to find the murder weapon. First you find the killing weapon. Woohoo! What was the murder weapon? God damn, if only we knew. Well, it's this axe here, that's your murder weapon. It's easy to see, huh? Indeed, after all, it is still lodged in the man's skull. Alright, pardon me for stating the obvious, you asked. You know, I see this axe before somewhere. Somewhere near the hut. Perhaps the killer picked up the axe from nearby. See if you can figure out where it might have come from, Lucy. Found it! What's an axe used for, eh? Splitting wood, of course. Of course, an axe wouldn't have been out of place here. See, this is where the axe was before. I am many times cutting the wood while Mariana is talking with me. So the killer must have grabbed the axe from here before heading into the hut then, eh? Yeah. So would anybody have had access to this axe then? Access? Of course, everyone working in this place must take their turns to cut up the wood. That doesn't tell us a fat lot then, does it? No, perhaps not. Let's turn our attention elsewhere then. Now, let's examine the body. The body that moved, even though it were dead, you mean? Is a Diablo who kills this man. Is a Diablo who makes the dead man walking. Nope, still can't believe it. Let's see what our investigation uncovers. Come on, Lucy, examine the body. You do it, because I am queasy. Whee! Well, this is it, the walking corpse. Yes, a grim sight. The axe is still lodged in his skull, and rather deeply at that. He's dead very quick this way. This is no laughing matter, Mr. Carrera. The question is, did the corpse really move or not? Is there any evidence to suggest that it did? Yes, there is. I wonder what it could be. Well, look at this bloodstain here. It looks like the body was dragged across the floor, or dragged itself. It's certainly hard to deny that this body did indeed move from the chair after death occurred. Now we must ascertain whether it moved by itself or whether somebody else moved it. It sure do be the Diablo who did this. Dead folk can't move about. That'd be too frightening to contemplate. There's no point wildly speculating about what happened. Let's simply continue with our investigations. When the hotel proprietor and Mrs. Etista came running to the hut, they found the door locked. Yet Mrs. Ukasa broke down the door and went inside. The killer was nowhere to be seen. How did they pull that one off then, eh? Maybe it passes through the walls, or maybe it makes itself tiny and squeezes through the bars of the window. Both rather far out ideas, thank you, Mr. Coretta. We're looking for something actually based in reality, I think. It's the Diablo. Let's take the possibilities one by one. We'll start by examining the window, shall we, Lucy? I might have to go make coffee in a minute. I'm kind of yawny. There's just this one window in there, but with these iron bars on it. No, there's no way somebody could have gotten out through there. But if you made yourself a tiny stone figure, then you could. No, it were a human who committed this heinous crime, but I agree. They did have the devil in their art. So, next we must examine the door. Perhaps there's a trick that allows it to be opened without the key. Hey, Great Gamer, how you doing? We are, like, a case and a bit in today. But again, everything will be on VOD if you want to catch up. We can get coffee together? Oh my god. Flushed emoji. We're examining the door. That's what we're doing. Right you are, Prof. Let's have a look. When we get to the end of this investigation segment, I will take a quick break to grab some coffees. Thick wooden door. It's a tough looking door, this. Is this the first time we've had, like, a thought bubble? There's something rather odd about this door. Oh, what's that, Prof? Never mind for now. It looks like the door was definitely locked. There can be no question of that. Couldn't there have been, like, a duplicate key, though? It's a very special lock. It's not possible to make a duplicate key. Senor Sukasa is always telling us so. It's something he's very proud of. And that one and only key was found inside the hut. I think it's best we take a look at that key, don't you? A good idea, yes. Do you think you can find the key to the hut? Leave it to me, Prof. God, I'll just do all the fucking work and you can just sit back. You're a misogynist, Prof. That's what this is all about. Over here, Prof. I found it. The key to the hut. In the victim's pocket, was it? Interesting. I don't suppose the killer could have got the key back in Ologi's pocket from outside after locking up? If the killer was a Diablo. What's up, Prof? Something that caught my eye when we examined the door before. There's something peculiar about it. Peculiar? What? There's something about that hut door that's quite different from other doors. See if you can spot it. I wonder what is weird about this door that is supposed to be incredibly secure. Hey up, Prof, there's a screw missing from one of the hinges here. And that's not the only peculiarity. The hinges themselves are unusual. That's what's been making it stand out to me. Really? What's funny about them? It's normal to fit the hinges on the inside of a door. Think about a normal house. If the hinges were fitted on the outside, it would cause problems, wouldn't it? You can see why, presumably. Because the door could be removed. Someone on the outside could have opened it by removing the hinges. Exactly. No matter how unusual this lock is, simply by removing the hinges, anyone could get inside with ease. So what you're saying is, the hut wasn't necessarily the impenetrable fortress we've been led to believe it was. So we've cracked it! I didn't realize something like this was impossible. Incredible! It's a little too soon for celebrations, Lucy. We need some evidence that the door was really removed in that way. Look for the missing screw. That will likely tell us something. Alright, I'll do it all again, Prof. God damn. You just over there sipping your tea? Whoop. Is that screw, Prof? So it was around here as we suspected. Good work, Lucy. But it's rather more grimy than I had expected. Perhaps what? Never mind, let's have forensics check it out for us. I'll get it over to him straight away. Good, we'll continue investigating the scene while we await the results. We're still no closer to figure out how the corpse went walking though, are we? No, and it would seem that tantalizing mystery is the key to the whole incident. It's proof that Diablo is coming here for us. Give over, it's no such thing! Still, we have gleaned some very important information. The hinges. I can't wait for forensics to get back to us with their report. I think you're wrong. Because it's the Diablo who killed this guy. No, it weren't. It was human that's done this, like you or I. Why don't we consider the motive for the crime while we're waiting for forensics to get back to us? The motive? Yes, there's a very obvious reason for this murder. Oh, goodness, excuse me. Okay, yeah, I gotta go get coffee. Let's finish this talking and then coffee is time. Okay, let's figure it out then. Let's see now, the motive. The motive is that I was very sleepy tired, so I went to go get coffee. Alright, back in 5. Ah! ever just make coffee mistakes? So my machine takes a long time to like brew coffee, and then my dad wanted coffee too, which means that I had to put in enough for him. And then I like turned it on and I realized I hadn't actually put the coffee in the thing. I'm sorry for how I am as a person. The motive was that I'm bad at coffee, so this guy got killed. There was a clear reason why Ologi was murdered. The crime had a clear motive. There's evidence here that points to it. That's what you're looking for. What reveals the killer's motive? I would assume it is the fact that the stone idol was in what? Crate C. So crate C is empty. Yeah. Corpse lunge forwards, you know it. It's a fucking zombie game. Ginny, hi! How you doing? Oh, you're away. I finally found your YouTube. Maybe I should make it more obvious what my YouTube is, because I haven't exactly been pushing it. Your mom's over? Oh, okay. I was wondering why somebody had taken your crown for first. Welcome in, though. I hope the visit's going okay. We are currently solving the murder of an archaeologist whose body lurched forward after he died. Also, there's some whack-ass, like, racially motivated stuff in this case that I'm just trying to gloss over. You know how it is. This crate here is empty. The killer must have stolen whatever were inside. And what do you think was inside that crate? Ba-da-ba! It was stone idol, crazy. It was the stone idol in there. That's what were in the crate. So in other words, Ologi were murdered so the killer could steal the stone idol. Nope, that's wrong. The Diablo in the stone figure broke out itself. And then it killed Senor Archie. Senor? Senor? Yeah, Senor. Because the Senor trespassed in the ancient place and is thus punished by the god. It does not have traditional puzzles, no. It's all sort of like mystery solving, find the evidence, present it. Much more Ace Attorney style than traditional Layton. That thing were made of stone, it couldn't have moved on its own. Stone Diablo kills the guy. His life was taken. Okay, can you say something other than that over and over, please? You're so cute. But your character is so one-dimensional. There's no talking to some folk, is there? I was intending to wait until the report came back from forensics, but maybe we'll do things differently. I think it's time to demonstrate that the killer in this case was very definitely human. Over to you, Lucy. We're doing this now? I mean, get your cos jams out, I guess. The perpetrator of this crime, who killed Archaeologi and stole the stone idol, could not have been a demon. No, the killer is human, but the human that possesses the heart of a demon. That's not possible. The killer can't be human. It doesn't make sense. It's impossible. Senor must have been killed by the Diablo. This lad's getting more and more worked up, Prof. He's cracking. He's certainly determined to make us believe it was the work of a demon. It's not what I want you to believe, it's what you must believe because it is the truth. Stone figure with the Diablo inside breaks out from its wooden box, kills Senor Archie, and escapes through the window. Even Senor Archie says this is a Diablo when he said it into the telephone. That's what Mr. T... Wait, I can do some of these characters with voices. Aye, that's what Mr. Tista said in her statement as it happens. I think you'll find that cry was the killer impersonating Dr. Ologi. A simple examination of the intercom by the door will make that immediately clear. Lucy, would you? This intercom here, Prof. This is the only way to contact the front desk from within the RA. Yes, and if Dr. Ologi had indeed screamed for help on this intercom, something would be very amiss. Do you know what that is? It doesn't have prints. I genuinely don't remember this confrontation being a thing like this soon. It's because the fingerprints have been wiped off, isn't it? Ologi would hardly wiped off his own prints if he were in the middle of being attacked by a demon. And surely no demon would be concerned with wiping its victim's fingerprints away. Zip. No, it's pretty plain to see the screen down the intercom was the killer impersonating Dr. Ologi. Whoever it was knew he wouldn't be found on account of the poor sound quality. And that's not all. There's evidence on the scene that contradicts the possibility that the demon broke out of the crate itself. Do you know what that evidence is? It is the fact that the 3 crates... Help. I can't speak. 3 crates were opened. Alright, let's consume some of this coffee. Help. Ooh, that's better. If the stone idol broke itself out of the crate it were in, then how come there's 3 crates with their lids off, eh? It's because the force, it's so much. I don't think so. I think the killer didn't know what was inside each crate, so he opened the crates one by one until he located the stone idol. Maybe the Diablo is making a person do these things. You just won't let this Diablo thing go, will ya? Demons like that of which you speak do not exist. Listen, I am all for him being a skeptic, but I'm just sitting here like, this man is the son of Professor fucking Layton. Like, ancient civilizations with, like, magitech existed. It's not a hard stretch to say, like, demons could exist. Layton, you're a bad father, your son doesn't believe in demons. What do exist are humans with demons in their hearts. Who has the demonic heart in this case, Lucy? Why don't you enlighten us? Ologi's killer were you, Mr. Carrera. Muchacha, it hurts me very much that you would say this. If it's true and someone took the stone figure, why me? I suppose, when was this written? I forget, actually. Let me Google that. Don't mind that it just went upside down, it's fine. Mystery room. It was released in 2013. When the fuck was Azran released? I feel like they were quite similar in time. Yeah, 2013, both of them. So they would have been in development around the same time. Specifically, Layton Brothers did come out, iOS 2012, but Android in 2013. Okay, yeah, they would have been in development around the same time-ish. Another thing to add to the list of reasons Layton is a bad father. Exactly. Don't mind it doing a flip and also locking. This is fine. Why is it me? Do you have evidence that I'm the killer? Certainly. Along with one other piece of evidence, the 3 open crates heavily implicate you in this crime. With that additional evidence, the truth is blindingly obvious. Oh yeah, definitely hugely different teams. Like, this was originally not a Layton game at all, is the thing. Like, that's something a lot of people don't know, is that this started off as just an original, like, IP. And then they were like, wait, how can we sell more? And they were like, okay, well, Layton. It's Layton now. But, I mean, it gave us Al and Lucy. So I'm not complaining. Like, they did change it to be a Layton game. But it's definitely blatantly obvious it did not start as one. With that additional evidence, the truth is blindingly obvious. Eh? Is it? Let me give you a hint. It has to do with those biscuits you brought as a gift, Mr. Coretta. The crates and what give the killer away? It is the fact that it's only written down, baby. Which crate contains the stone idol were written plain as day on the open page of this notebook. But despite that, the killer opened 3 of them before he got to the crate over there with the idol in. In other words, the killer can't read. And that, Mr. Carrera, puts the finger pretty well straight at you. We found your fingerprints all over the notebook, so we know without question you saw what was written in it. But since you can't read, it didn't help you. You were none the wiser as to the location of the idol. This gig. Fuck. You good there, Ginny? You okay? See, it's true. Eh? You're fessing up just like that. You, Senor Layton, and you, muchacha, you're very clever. This dude cannot read English, specifically. That's something they didn't specify for some reason. He can speak English, but he cannot read it or write it. You admit to the crime? See, I killed the senor. I put the axe between his eyes. How could you do something that grim? How? Because Senor Archie, he says, they were taking the stone figure away. Even if I gave him the special liquor from my people, he didn't listen to me. It's then, when I didn't know what to do, I heard the voice. A voice? Yeah. The voice of the Diablo. Oh, here we go again. I'll give you my power. Kill the one who trespasses in my temple, it says. So I did what it told me. I leave the door to what's so hard? I left the door to the hut locked and passed through the walls to not be there anymore. It's the power of the Diablo in me. Give over! You can't just pass through walls. That doesn't happen. The way they did Senor moved, that's the Diablo as well. Big Senor Sakasa, he ran away shaking and screaming like a girl. It's very funny. What you describe is impossible. There's no way that guy could have run away screaming like a girl. No, it's not possible to explain these things if you don't believe in the Diablo. Aye, it is. You could have taken the door off his hinges and then got a phone call. It's the telephone. Yeah, I bet it'll be forensics. That were forensics profs with their report. They've been over the hut door with a fine-tooth comb, they said. Apparently there's no way the hinges could have been tampered with. They had adhesive on. I see. Apparently the owner saw a screw were missing a few days earlier, so he drowned the hinges in glue. He's given a statement to that effect now. Ah. So does that mean it can't have been Mr. Coretta that done it? See, so is it okay if I leave now? I still haven't seen Buckingham Palace. I have to buy some gifts for everyone. He's so cute is the thing. I don't care if he's the killer or not. He's still adorable. You're just happy to let him go like that, you prof. Don't worry, we'll have a man on him. In any case, we can't detain him until we solve the mystery. I'm pretty sure you can detain someone if you've got that much evidence, but the fucko logic of these games is fine. Yeah, literally, the dude was like, yeah, I did it, bye. Aye, and we can't pin it on him while he's still going on about this demon doing it, eh? We gotta get to the bottom of this one. Yes, there are 2 remaining points we can't explain. How Coretta managed to disappear from a locked room, and how, as we've been led to believe, the corpse came back to life. So it's back to the crime scene, Lucy, until we find some answers. So, where do we start? Let's start with the murder of vanishing. I think that seems sensible. Coretta claims that he passed through the hut walls using some demonic power, but we all know that such things do not exist. Maybe not, but the door and window are off the table and all. So, just how did he do it? Well, if the hut was genuinely locked from the inside, it leaves only one possible conclusion. He hid himself inside the hut. After he did Ologi in, Coretta must have hid himself somewhere inside the hut. Yep. Very good, Lucy. I've come to the exact same conclusion. Aye, that must be it. But where could he have hidden in a tiny place such as that? That's the key question now. Perhaps we can identify some traces of evidence which show where Coretta was hiding, do you think? Oh, this coffee's so bitter. Help. Ugh. I put sweeteners in this. Ooh, I love this song. I'm gonna turn it up a bit because it's quite a quiet one. Yeah, it's fucking vibes as hell. I love this song. Something something Godo. The 17th blend of coffee is the most bitter, or some shit. I don't know. I fucking love Godo. He's so cool. We're looking for this, I think. That's weird. This mark on the floor is a bit of an odd shape. I don't suppose it's related to where Kiretta hid himself, did it? It is an unusual shape, you're right. It looks like something must have been in the way of whatever spilled. So let's try and think what might have made the spillage take this kind of shape. I wonder what it could be. I wonder if it could be. It must have been one of these big signs. It must have been put here and got in the way of whatever spilled. Judging by their shape and size, though, none of them could have stood up alone. And they would have been resting on something. Any ideas, Lucy? Probably wasn't propped up on the table, nor the corpse. However, there is a coat hook right there. The sign must have been resting on the coat hook. In that position, it would have been in the way of the liquor that spilt, making the stain take that peculiar shape. And a large sign would be perfectly big enough to hide a person from view. So that's it then. Kiretta were in the whole time, hiding behind this sign. Let's think about when the liquor could have been spilled before we draw any conclusions. The liquor was spilled in one of these statements. Yeah, it knocked over the bottle on the table. It must have been when the dead fellow moved. He must have knocked over the liquor. That's what I had concluded, which tells us the sign must have been propped up on the hook at the point at which the corpse moved. Then someone put the sign back where it were after that happened. Precisely. The sign is the answer to the mystery of how the hut was locked from the inside. You would have thought, you know, in a murder situation, you would have, like, walked in and been like, that sign isn't usually there. What's going on there? But apparently not. It seems too incredible to believe, but there are two witnesses who saw the corpse lunge forward. Were it really a demon at work, do you think? No, that can't be. It was an elaborate illusion, I'm sure. Aye, that's gotta be it, an illusion. And the person behind this illusion will almost certainly have left a trail of evidence, no matter how small. And that's what we gotta find, right, Prof? Yes, it's almost like you're a police officer, Lucy. Fine, proof it was an illusion. I can't remember what specific part it wants from me, because I remember how it's done. I think it might be that. Yes. That certainly points to the sort of illusion I'm thinking of. If I'm right, there should be a very similar piece of evidence nearby. Zoom. Because it definitely didn't walk, it just kind of lurched. So what do you make of these nicks on the beams up here in the rafters? They look like they were made by some sort of thin wire or rope. Very suspicious. Aren't they just? What do you think caused notches like these then, Lucy? I wonder if it could be the thin wire that we are very aware that exists. I bet it was a fishing line rubbing on the beam that made the notches. I've come to the same conclusion. Somebody threaded the line over the beams, then pulled them with considerable force. Alfendi not believing in demons in the Layton universe, it makes him like the biggest asshole. He's like the dude that doesn't believe in platypuses. Exactly! That's what I'm saying! Like, game by game. First game chronologically, what the fuck is that one? Yeah, proves that there are like ancient fucking Loch Ness monsters. They still exist. Second game proves that there are magical fucking... That's a pirate reel, there are literature by Australians. I hate this house. Yeah, like, second game you get, what, fucking proof that, like, ancient civilizations buried their shit under the sand and they can just be, like, fucking grown up at any point. Also, why is my fan real loud suddenly? One sec. Shut up. There we go. Third game, or the movie fucking proves that, like, eternal life is kind of real. That's kind of fucked up, huh? Fourth game proves that ancient civilizations had magic tech. Fifth game proves that robots can be just, like, entirely autonomous and incredibly clever. Sixth game fucking... What one is that? Proves that there is gas that can make you so high you believe you are a vampire. Seventh game fucking proves that, like, time travel is real in this universe. Then fucking Mystery Journey has a talking dog. But demons can't be real. It's like, I love this game dearly, but good fucking god. Demons cannot be real. I want some of that gas. I have a game for you, bestie. Also, sorry, spoilers for the entire Layton series. It's fine. There must have been something heavy on the other end of the line to counteract the force of that pull. Of course, we all know what that was, don't we, Lucy? The time traveler sign is still time travel! Go away! Well, it was the body tied to the end of the line, weren't it? What else? Indeed. The fishing line passed over the rafters and was tied to the corpse. That explains how the killer made something spectacular to appear to happen, which was, of course... fucking made the body move. Oh, Layton vs. Right, yeah, that game exists. I definitely remember what happens in it. I think, didn't they just do the gas thing again? Isn't that just they all were gassed again? By tying the fishing line onto Logi's dead body and giving it a good tug at the right time, heh wink. The killer made it look like the fellow moved even though we were dead. Correct, which solved the mystery of the walking corpse. Yippee! Woohoo! They're at 100%. So proud of them. I'm sleepy, so I'm gonna check my post in the Discord. I can't at the moment. Wait, is yeah, I can't at the moment. Fuck, because of my setup, I literally can't check the Discord right now. But I will after stream, or if it's like an image, just post the link to it and I can open it in browser. The fact the Ace Attorney series and the Layton series I refuse to take that game as canon. Like, there are many things that I will take as canon in the Layton series and in the Ace Attorney series, but the fact that those two are like in the same universe, I refuse to believe, because just the difference in technology is just impossible to reconcile in my head. Game, please come back. Thank you. Like, fucking... And also, if they are in the same universe, then demons are real! Like, demons are legitimately real if like, the crossover is canon. So, like... Fuck you, Al! Would you replay it someday? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of did not vibe with it. It kind of felt like the worst of both worlds for me. I don't know. Ace Attorney has demons? Yes! Hello? Spirits? They're basically just demons. Especially the evil ones. Chris, look me direct in the eyes and tell me that Dahlia is not a demon. Look me direct in the eyes and say she's not. What have you said, Ginny? I need to see this. Oh my god, you can't do this again, Ginny! You can't! Oh my god. Dahlia's not a demon, she's a dead psychopath. That's what a demon is! Listen, I'm just saying, if there are spirits and spirit mediums, then it is not that much of a stretch to say that demons exist in the Ace Attorney universe. Like, a fucking just perverted spirit that gets a bit too evil is basically a demon. And anyway, if we're getting into the semantics of it, let's just say that Al is saying, oh yeah, demons don't exist. Can he really possibly deny that demons don't exist if spirit mediums exist? I'm just... He cannot possibly be denying this with that level of vehemence if it's canon. He's not that stupid. I will die on this hill. I would assume that Al knows about spirit mediums. He was with Layton for at least like a few years. I'm sure he would have like dropped some of the like stories. It's not they're openly accepted in AA. I mean, fair point. But like Layton fully met up with Maya and was like, I don't remember if they mention it in the games, but I'm pretty sure, like in the ensuing like chaos of that and like the ensuing friendship or whatever, they would have at some point mentioned, oh hey, by the way, this girl can channel the dead. Like I'm sure that would have come up, right? Anyway, we simply have to accept that Al does not think demons are real, and this is a heartbreak. Now I've explained how the door were locked from the inside and how the body moved when it were dead. Yes, and Coretta admitted himself that he killed Archaeology. There's no way he can talk his way out of it now. So it looks like we've solved this one without you getting all, you know, worked up. Yeah, I got worked up though. Simply in trying to prove that demons either exist in fucking this canon or that Ace Attorney is not canon to the Professor Layton universe. Sleep well, take care. Oh, that's a bonus. Right, time to get Coretta back then, eh? Oh shit, it's time. Why is this the hill you choose to die on, Chris? I don't understand. Now we have all the evidence we need to prove Coretta is guilty. We'll pin him down properly this time. It's because it's funny. Okay, fair. So, how was your excursion to Buckingham Palace? It's not the season to see inside. Mariana was looking forward to my pictures. I didn't want to make her sad, so I climbed over the fence of Buckingham Palace and did not get immediately shot. By heck, Prof, you were right to stick a tail on him. It would seem so, yes. You know, you don't need me. If it's okay, I'd like to see more of your beautiful city. Actually, we do need you for something, Mr. Coretta. Yeah, we figured out how you did it. But I told you already. I killed him with an axe and then disappeared through the wall. Duh! I'm afraid that cannot be. Humans simply cannot pass through walls. If it's not true, then how? Allow us to take you through the events of that night, one step at a time. It was your fake cry for help over the intercom that brought Mr. Tsukasa and Ms. Atista to the hut. When they got there, they found the door was locked. There can be no question about that. Absolutely, and the one and only uncopyable key was in the victim's pocket. So Mr. Tsukasa was left with no choice but to break down the door to the hut. Inside, he found only the grim corpse of Archaeology. It's just so much easier to say Archie because of the fucking pun. Archaeology, and no sign of his killer. They didn't lock him up because they couldn't prove he had done it. Because he was talking about demons and shit. It's dumb. It's dumb logic. This case is stupid. I'm already passing through the walls and getting the fuck out of there. I don't believe that's the truth. I believe the perpetrator of this crime was still inside the hut. Lucy, would you care to tell Mr. Coretta where exactly in the hut the culprit was? In a corner! The killer were hiding in a corner of the room. Hey! You didn't listen to the senor when he said what he said when he went inside the hut? He said no one was inside but the corpse. That's not quite right. Mr. Tsukasa said he did not see the killer in that room. But though he failed to see the killer was in fact there inside. But thanks to a certain obstruction, he was hidden from view. Aye, an obstruction in the form of The signs. Eh. It were a whopping great sign. You propped the thing up against the coat hook on the wall and made yourself a nice little hidey hole. Mr. Tsukasa's statement says he was sure no one else was in the hut because there's nowhere to hide. But that's precisely the preconception that meant he wasn't even looking for you. What you say is just a guess, you make up stories, it's not possible to confirm this. I beg to differ, you were definitely hiding in the hut when Mr. Tsukasa and Miss Yisa came in. We have a piece of evidence and a statement that proves it. Lucy, would you do the honors? Where is it? Look. And it's the statement from Mariana, even? Yeah. Got this fucking bob. It's the liquor that's spilt on the floor that proves it. It's the only way it could have made a straight line like that is if the sign was stood in the way when it fell. Or when it spilt. And Mrs. Tia's statement confirms the liquor were knocked over when the corpse lunged forward. Words are hard. That proves the sign were propped up against the coat hook when she and Mrs. Tsukasa burst in. There's no way that someone was behind the sign just because it's there. Can you prove this? Oh, you cheeky so-and-so! And this means the corpse, we know it moves or the liquor is not spilt. And it's only the Diablo that can make corpses move. If that's your rebuttal, allow us to dispel the myth of the walking corpse now. Lucy, tell Mr. Coretta what the killer used to give the illusion of the corpse coming back to life. It was fishing tackle. He went fishing for a dead body. The killer tied some fishing line to Ologi's dead body. By giving it a tug from the other side of the room, it pulled the corpse up off the chair and made it lunge forward. No, you see the fishing lines if they'd been tied to him. You'd see them and know it's a trick. Not necessarily. Why didn't they notice? Good question. Was it dark? It was dark. Mr. Tsukasa said in his statement that we were dark inside the hut. Thin, translucent fishing line in a dark room and a corpse with an axe lodged in its skull. Faced with such a shocking spectacle, it would be very easy to miss the clear, thin lines. You only imagine what you want, there's no evidence for this. Oh, we have evidence alright. Where is it? Wait, there. There's nicks made by the fishing lines in the rafter of the huts. Words are hard. You know what I meant. And by considering the position of these notches, we can infer where the killer was standing to pull the line. So, you see, we know the killer's location was in the corner. I do love this game, despite it having some clear flaws. I do love it. Following the line on the body over the beams where the nicks are, you get to the corner of the hut. The same corner that were hidden from view behind the sign that were resting on the coat hook. It's compelling proof that the killer, in other words you, Mr. Coretta, was hiding there behind the sign. I love this game despite bzzz. Yeah, you know how it is. Sometimes there's bees. Sometimes there's bees in this game. See, I do it just like he was telling me to do. Like you were told. Yeah, I heard it, the voice of the Diablo. It was telling me if I do everything like she told me, it was gonna be okay. Oh, I've had enough about this Diablo mumbo-jumbo. It's not mumbo-jumbo, it's true. I heard the voice of the Diablo. This is taking too long. Can't hold it. Well, well, well. Prof! Hi! Oh, I believe you, Coretta. Oh, crikey, here we go again. Demons are real and all around us. Oh, you've picked a fine time to turn up and start prattling. You don't know, Lucy? Carefully led, this man can be a crazed killer. Yet without direction, he's nothing. A mere puppet. Puppet? You mean Marionetta? Who you say is Marionetta? I'm talking about you! You steal and even kill all because of this demon's voice. If we don't listen to the Diablo, we're gonna get our village cursed, so like, idiot. Demons are illusions, living in the mind of the weak. Illusions have no power to curse. First you say demons exist, then you say they're illusions. Which is it, Prof? Make up your mind. Never mind, Lucy, you obviously failed to understand. There's just one point we need to make clear. This Diablo's voice whispering in your ear, Coretta, that was most certainly no demon. It was a human. A human that could see there was a demon inside you already. A human that just knew a suggestive murmur to that inner demon of yours could persuade you to slay Ologi. It's not a human, it's Diablo! Surely you can see who it was now, Lucy. Who was the voice of the demon that spoke to Coretta? Well, he did say she. Wiggly ear. She's so cute. It was Zach! We knew it! It was Mr. Tista, weren't it? That's who the demon really was. Aye, she knew you better than anyone, didn't she, Coretta? She were behind the whole thing. The voice of the Diablo wasn't Mariana. Oh, but it was. It was a Tista on the other end of the intercom listening to you faking Ologi's cries for help. I called the hotel to make them come for Senor Ologi, and it was Mariana who picked up, but I didn't know this. It's only by chance. You say the sound quality on the intercom was poor, yet you instantly recognized the person you were speaking to as a Tista. It's normal, I know, my Novia. We're gonna be getting married. Oh, I know. So you'd think she could tell the difference between her fiancé and a quinquagenarian. Your two voices would have been very different indeed. Yeah, it's different, but I was making an imitation of him. Tell me, Coretta, why are you here? Why England? Why now? Because Mariana, she said... Oh, of course, Mariana suggested you come, didn't she? She suggested it just when the investigation into the murder was being reopened. It was only by chance. You've seen my little crime scene reconstruction toy, haven't you? Collecting the data for that is a pain. It takes a great deal of time for the original scene of the crime. There would have been a lot of activity. It would have been quite impossible for Sukasa's hotel staff to not get wind of what was going on. It was not Mariana. She's nothing in this crime. Steady on, Prof. He's getting a bit... What? Something wrong? Somehow your voice isn't quite in line with the bravado of your masks anymore. Shut up! That's enough, Prof. You know it's true. You even blurted it out yourself when we unraveled all your little tricks. If I do everything like she tells me, you said. No, please, no. You know the truth. You've known for quite some time. The demon's voice you heard was the voice of your fiancée, Mariana Tista. She used you like a pawn in her devilish games. Ah! Stop it now, Prof. Come on! Quiet, Lucy! Ah, curses, I was just about to... It was just getting interesting. We solved it! Congrats to whoever voted for Marina. Or Mariana. Sip of super better coffee, good lord. Now, I'm awake. Is the prof okay? Yeah, I reckon he'll be alright. Miss Six looking after him. I reckon he'll wake up before long. Yeah, we're that worried. No sense worrying, Lucy. Nothing we can do. Anyway, don't you want to know what happened with the case? Oh, I don't know. I should probably be focusing on Man and the Prof, but... Do I ever? I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Well, there's Coretta first off. Blokes is nutty as a fruitcake, so he ain't been a fat lot of help with the investigation. Aye, I'll bet. Getting any new information out of him's about as likely as me getting a promotion. I love him! He's so good, my best friend Dustin. So that left the Atista bird. Well, local law tried to find her to bring her in for questioning, but she were long gone, taking all her belongings and opt it. I wouldn't mind betting she were planning that from start. Yeah, maybe, but that ain't all, you know. Turns out Atista weren't her real name at all. No one knows nothing about her. She's total enigma. Give over, really? Oh yeah, she only turned up in the village there about half a year ago. And there were me thinking that she and Coretta must have been childhood sweethearts. Hang on. So you're saying Coretta's only been learning English for 6 months? Yes. What's become of the stone idol? They ain't found it, have they? Atista must have made off with it. I don't know. The case buttons up, but now it's fixed. That's just how it goes sometimes, love. Anyway, best be getting back to work, I suppose. Being the only janitor in the entire Scotland Yard. Oh, hi. I wonder how Prof's getting on. Still, I don't suppose he'd thank me for disturbing him just to ask how he is. Oop, hello. Oh yeah, just one more thing. By it, Dusty, you're frightening the life out of me. My bruv's in the clear now. Oh, that's good. Yeah, and he said to say thanks and that. Will you pass it on to Al? Aye, of course I will. I'll go tell him right now. She found an excuse. And then Dustin was left alone in the mystery room and caused chaos. Hehehehe. How long have we got? How long? Okay, we've got like an hour and a half, I think, until the next, until the thing that I want to raid into. Hour and 40 minutes. Okay, we'll do another case. But firstly, I'm going to take a break because my throat is getting sore, and I think if there's any good place to take a break, it's right before we start a new case. So, back in, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, you'll see. But yeah, if we don't finish this case by the end of this stream, we'll just finish it at the start of next week. Alright, see you in a bit. Bye. return! Hello! Are we ready for case number 5? God, we're actually getting close to the end of the game already. I forget how short this game, like, technically is. I have slurped a lot of my coffee, and I am ready to at least start this one. The DJ's Swan Song, requested by another of my best friends! I love you, Sniffer, I love you so much! Okay, we're just gonna vibe to this music for a second. We've got a very special guest in the studio today, people. It's the drop-dead gorgeous Miss Dolly Holiday. Thanks, Dwight, darling. It's really terrific to be here on the show. Here, I got you something. They're ever so tasty. Wow, thanks, Dolly. I didn't think this sort of radio were your cup of tea, Prof. You don't like this, do ya? You're not a fan of radio, Lucy? Oh, I've got now against a catchy tune and some good banter, but this rubbish, it's not for me. Literally all that happened is someone gave, like, somebody else a treat. Jesus, Lucy, you're so judgmental. It's just something about the way that presenter talks. I don't know what it is. He's just smarmy. I'll tell you, whenever he has a lass on the show as a guest, he talks totally differently. Sounds rather like you're a regular listener. Peep! Now it sounds like effects come in already. Once again, we have to wonder when. Like, I don't care to actually work out the timeline of Layton games, but the fact that they have a fax machine is the funniest shit to me. What? Why? Sounds like a fax coming in already, so our first request this morning is from Miss Angel O'Death. I'll be the death of you. Whoa, sounds like someone wants to turn DJ Dwight Dread into DJ Dwight Dead. Don't you go dying on me, Dwight. I'd never live it down. Well, if I am about to sign off for the last time ever, allow me to try one of your mouth-watering offerings first. He sure did munch munch gulp. That hit the spot. Oi, what's going on? Yeah, let's go into that boat. Come on, quickly. Da da dee da da. That fucking jingle. The Grand Ferret sale is now on. No store has more for less, so get down to Daysbridge today. What's happening, Prof? Well, if it's some sort of practical joke, it's certainly very convincing. Hey, my best friend, my best friend, my best friend! Oh! Oh, I love him. Oh god, what voice do I even give him? What is the voice of my best friend? I think I've got to give him the fucking... the detective noir kind of shit. Yeah, see? That's kind of more mobster, but whatever. We're sticking with it. We got a new case, boys and girls. A number just went down on the airwaves. Eee, what's up, Sniffer? Didn't you have your lugs to the wireless right just now? That's where the action is. Are you talking about the radio presenter who sounded like he collapsed just now? What else? I'd say this ship's cold already. So it weren't just part of the show then? Not in my book, it's a rub-out job. My gumshoe radar has been beeping like a car alarm since the second it went down. Whatever you say, Sniffer, I have no idea what the fuck you just said. Hey, I'm telling you, they'll be on the blower asking you to do the snoop any second now. You may well be right. If it turns out I'm on the mark, you guys will wrap it up with bows for us, right? We'll do our best, barring the whole incident being a practical joke, of course. You won't believe this. We've been flooded with calls from anxious listeners of that show. Maybe there's something in it after all. Time for action, snoopers. I'm gonna make like a slug and shoot on over there to see what the score is. Excellent. You slug on over there, Sniffer. I'll get my report back to the clubhouse ASAP, and then it'll be up to you two to bring in the hoods. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. He's so stupid. I can't believe it were really a murder. Can you, Prof? We don't know anything for sure yet, Lucy, but the signs are compelling. Sniffer's rarely wrong. Ah, he's a revelation, that one. Indeed, though he has a tendency to get ahead of himself. I love Sniffer, he's my best friend. Fuck what I said about all the rest. I never thought I'd witness something... No, let me rephrase. I'd hear something like that with my own ears. It happened in a radio studio. They were broadcasting to the whole country when the DJ had his funny turn. There were 5 suspects, one of whom we hadn't identified. Finally, they put gay people in this game. But despite the lack of information, we began investigating. All I know for certain was what we saw with... No, well, I've done it again. What we heard with our own ears. File number 5, the DJ's swan song. Sniffer sent his report over. The radio presenter is indeed dead. By X, so we're all for real then. I'm surprised it took him so long to confirm it. The broadcast was at rush hour, unfortunately. The police had some difficulties getting to the scene. Investigations are ongoing, but I'll tell you what we know thus far. I'm all ears, Prof, as ever. The incident took place inside the recording studio of a national radio station. The presenter of the show that was airing at that time goes by the name of Dwight Dredd. He has sick hair. He's a popular radio host with a deep, rich voice and a lively personality, equally well-liked among his colleagues, but his spending habit has often landed him in trouble. 2 people were in the studio from the outset, the show's producer and the sound man. Just before going on air, a tea lady from the radio station cafeteria came into the studio with some drinks. You think he's going to be saying anything in French? We never know. You never know, is the thing. But she didn't linger here. She left after she dropped off the drinks. After that, Dredd, the presenter, came into the studio alongside a young singer and her manager. So now we're actually talking about when they actually went on air then. As soon as the show started, the guest singer gave the presenter a gift of confectionery. I am more than a bit curious about what was in that gift. But before Dredd had the chance to sample the offering, something came in on the studio fax machine. It was a handwritten note that read, "I'll be the death of you." Ooh, sends shivers down your spine, doesn't it? Believing the fax to be some sort of joke, Dredd continued on with the show. Aye, well you would, wouldn't you? However, no sooner had Dredd put one of his guest's treats into his mouth than he started to have difficulty breathing and collapsed onto the floor. Understandably worried, the director called for a transmission break. He then sent the sound man to call for the emergency services. About 20 minutes later, police and an ambulance crew arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. However, Dredd was already dead. 20 minutes? That's on account of that rush hour traffic you mentioned, eh? Yes, the radio station is very central. In rush hour, that's about how long you'd expect it to take. That's too long, that is. Lucy would have a fucking fit if she saw the waiting times in A&E at the moment. And that is really all we know about the course of events at this point in time. So let's think about our suspects. Aye, who have we got? There are 5 of them this time. First, the young guest on the show, singer Dolly Holiday. Making an appearance on Dredd's show to promote her latest album, her fine figure and suggestive dancing distract from her appalling singing voice. Queen shit, I love her. It was her gift that Dredd put into his mouth just moments before he began to struggle to breathe. Aye, that's more than a little fishy if you ask me. My money's on that lass. Second is Holiday's manager, Melody Smith. Had a history with Dredd, presence since her client, with whom she was at constant loggerheads, was a guest on the show. She was an old acquaintance of Dredd's, and she has a fucking weird hairstyle. Apparently she was an old friend of the deceased. Oh aye, just a coincidence, you reckon? Third was the director of the show, Mike Debonair, a longtime partner of Dredd's, a creator and director, an affable man but known to have quarreled with the victim over money matters. There's nothing obviously suspicious about his involvement, though his relationship with Dredd was stormy. Which would give him a good motive, eh? Fourth, the sound man, a Mr. Randall Mann, a foremost musician turned sound technician, a handsome man who, with striking features, who enjoys cross-dressing and high heels, like to flirt with a victim. Ladies, gentlemen, and otherwise, that is the only fucking gay person confirmed in the entire Layton series. This guy. Let that sink in. It's so fucking funny to me. They were like, finally, we're gonna put a gay person in. It's gonna be this just rando in a spin-off. He was the one who went to call the ambulance, which does put him under a certain amount of suspicion. It's really hard to believe the emergency services could have taken that long to get there. And finally, there's the tea lady from the cafeteria who bought the drinks. Part-time employee who hasn't been seen since taking an order of drinks into the studio where the incident occurred. She appears to be missing. No one has seen or heard of her since she delivered the drinks to the studio. You what, Prof? That's it then, surely. She's the killer and she's done a runner. Certainly not an unlikely hypothesis. However, we don't know enough about her yet. We need to see what our inquiries turn up on her first. I don't know. It's too fishy for my liking. So, those are the suspects. We certainly don't have much to go on at this stage, but what's your hunch? Who do you think did it? Oh, I see you're gonna make me have a stab at it, even though you admit we don't have enough info yet. Of course, aren't I always telling you how important it is to pay attention to your intuition? So let's hear it, then we'll get down to the real detective work. No, we're going to investigate first. Fuck you. My intuition cannot be based off of just the random people. Oh, I just realized we forgot to do the hints for the last case. Damn. Oh well. Let's have a look around. Sofa. Sofa doesn't look comfy. Damn, that's the motive right there. Especially if these chairs are quality. Damn, it was somebody who was sat on the sofa, we know. Single pane of glass that cannot be opened or closed. This is the mixing desk. It's in an excellent state of repair, and director's mic. When he wants to tell the DJ something, it doesn't appear to have had much use, so everything's in pretty good quality. Very heavy sound insulating door. There's a body. Cause of death, poisoning. The powerful neurotoxin would have induced death in seconds. There are no signs of external injury. There is also a wig here. The wig worn by the victim is cheap pin-on type, easily dislodged. However, the thick and heavy dreadlocks don't look like a wig at all. Okay. A very brightly coloured yellow handkerchief. Written on it in Dread's writing is the phrase, well, surprised? Interesting. Spilt tea. The contents of Dread's cup of tea found to contain traces of the same neurotoxin. And the chair that he fell off of. Anything else here? Ah, the broken cup. Only Dread's fingerprints were lifted from the porcelain. There's the window. Looks straight out onto a neighboring building. And it was locked on the day of the murder. Which is today, may we note. An antiquated fax machine. Okay, so it is old. So we've got that. They have a fax machine, but also, like, this whole reconstruction device. I don't know, it's weird. Fancy yellow chair. And a calendar. It's pristine with not a memo or mark on it. I wonder why it could be here. Anything else? No. There's tea. This is Holiday's tea. No traces of any kind of poison have been found on it. And then their quest sheet is I'll be the death of you in handwritten script and signed by the Angel of Death and the Macaroons. From a popular confectioner. Could it be those motherfuckers from Mystery Journey? I don't remember what they're called. Wait, I didn't read that. No traces of poison. And nothing else here. Is that everything to examine here? Alright. Well, I will set up a thing with the culprits then. Or the the people. The suspected culprits. There we go. Let us set up a poll. Where is my... No. New poll. Is it Dolly? Is it Melody, who is the manager? Let me put these in. Dolly, singer. Melody, manager. Is it Mike, who is the director? Is it Randall, who is the gay person? Or is it the tea lady? Who is a tea lady? And I'll give you like 2 minutes since we've already investigated. There you go. Now, who done it? Let's see what they have to say about them all. So the murder of a popular radio show host. Aye, and you were bumped up on air. The tabloids will have a field day with this. Yes, we should try to solve it before they have a chance to publish their usual drivel. Tea lady. However you look at it, the tea lady is dead sus. Unfortunately, we can't find her. We'll have to focus our attentions elsewhere for the time being. He's a good-looking man. No excess baggage on him, eh? It says here that he has a penchant for high heels. And? Al? And? High heels? Well, maybe he just takes a keen interest in women's fashion, is all. Apparently, he also enjoyed flirting with Dredd. Oh, well, that's another matter. Lucy has no chance with this guy. I'm so sorry. This fellow looks like a bit of a hotshot, eh? Do you think so? Aye, the sort that goes around with a personal trainer in tow, you know? I'm not sure you've got the measure of the man, to be honest, Lucy. Yeah, I can't see this man doing personal training. So she was an old friend of Dredd's and frequently heard arguing with Holiday. Is that important, Prof? It would give her a number of possible motives, wouldn't it? And Dolly. My best friend, Dolly. Apparently, despite her popularity, this woman is renowned for being a terrible singer. That's what it says, aye. Who researches this stuff, eh? That's what I'd like to know. Some of them force, I think. I confess I've never really given the matter much thought. Aye, well, it's a mystery to me how they come up with this stuff. Obsessed. And evidence. Again, we're only going for the funny ones, which I think might be wig. Y'all think... Oh my god, the homophobia. You think it's the gay person just because he's gay? Oh my god. It's a good wig. When did it come off? I've gone homophobic. He's too much like Zach. No! Oh my god. Wait, are we gonna get to know how they like their tea if we examine this? This is Holiday's tea, no poison was found. Look at this, Prof. Holiday's mug isn't the same make. Ooh. Dredd's is right fancy. Alright. We didn't get to learn anything about the like how they take their tea though, so what is the point? Tasty macaroons. And I feel like there's something funny with this chair if I remember correctly. Looks like it's toppled over. Maybe not. Huh. Maybe not. However, this... just a regular calendar, this, as far as I can tell. Yes, it's just a regular swimsuit calendar. Not particularly special about it. I agree it's probably not relevant to the case, but we'll take it into evidence, just for good measure. They break all their coding with Al just to make that joke, and I think it's fucking hilarious, and I hate it. Oh, they're terrible. Al and Lucy like, we can put this up in the office, right? Like, nobody will judge us, right? Alright, we have examined our evidence and everyone thinks it's the gay person because you're all a group of fucking homophobes. Let's see who the baker finger of guilt is pointing at. It's the gay person. Interesting, why? I can't help feeling we were up to something and he arranged it so that the ambulance could have arrived late. That is a possibility, but how could he have gotten the poison into Dread? Oh, that's something I haven't figured out yet. Personally, I think we're looking at someone else. I believe the culprit to be Dolly Holiday. Give over, you don't really think she did it, do you? Oh yes, let's see, I'm 43.6% sure of it. That's rubbish! Yes, well, there are simply too many pieces of the puzzle missing at this stage. 40 fucking %. Get better. Be better, Prof. That's not exactly much of a number to go on. It doesn't inspire confidence, Prof. No, it's a fairly weak conjecture, but still, there are a number of questions I'd like to ask Miss Holiday. After all, she was right next to Dredd when he collapsed. Oh, I see. That's it, innit? Right, I suppose we better go and see if we can get in touch with... Hey, is this the mystery room or what? Miss Holiday, what are you doing here? One of your detective fellas told me come, didn't he? Right, or so-and-so he was. He threatened me, you know. He said he'd pinch me and check me elbows if it didn't come in. Alright, that sounds like our Detective Sergeant Haig. Yes, he's very sharp. I don't know what any of the words he just said mean. Like, that's my favorite thing about Sniffer is I don't know what anything he says means. Yeah, that's the phone. So, what do you lot get up to in here anyway? Anything special? This is a special division of Scotland Yard where we investigate especially heinous crimes. Look, I don't know what's going on, but at the end of the day, all I want to know is if you're arresting me or not. No, we merely wish to ask you a few questions to help us with the speedy resolution of the case. Oh no, officer, I never speed. That's ever so dangerous. I always stick the speed limit, me. Let me try to explain. You are a witness, you see, Miss Holiday. Prof, message from Sniffer. He says she's the one. Squeeze the canary till she squeals were his precise words. You know how he is. Hang on, that's not what you told me, is it? Lucy, some fucking, like, sense, please, bestie. Yep, have I said something wrong? Allow me to reassure you. In truth, yes, you are under suspicion for perpetrating this crime. However, no one has yet concluded that you are indeed guilty. Would you be so kind as to cooperate with our investigation so as to clear your name? Well, if I have to. I have got better things to do with my time, though. Know what I mean? I think I came halfway through summer here. Still, looks like you managed to calm her down now. Okay then, let's first examine the body, shall we? We need to investigate the poison that induced death. I'm also particularly interested in the song request sheet that the victim read out moments before his death. Right, then let's get down to business. It's so cute how they're like picking up each other's like verbal quirks. I love it. So, where shall we start? Let's start with the poison, because I know where that is. Seems they found traces of the poisonous substance used to kill Dredd at the scene. Can you figure out where? Leave it to me! Da-la-la-la-la. It's there. Take that. There's traces of the poignant tea here. As no other traces of poison were found on the scene, we can assume Dredd was killed by poisoned tea. That's not what happened at all. Nah, he died after he ate my macaroons, didn't he? Macaroons, you say? Lucy, what do we know about this? Let's see, yeah, here we are. The macaroons the victim were eating on air. Here's the file. This is a little odd. No trace of poison was found in any of the macaroons. What are you on about? I saw it with my own eyes. He started coughing in that straight after he put my macaroon in his mouth. To be honest, he never actually took one sip of that tea. Are you quite sure? Personally, I think honesty is one of the most important virtues. You know what I mean? He never touched his tea, but how did he get poisoned, we wonder? I actually don't remember. That would put you firmly at the top of the list of suspects, Miss Holiday. After all, you're the one who brought Mr. Dread the aforementioned macaroons, you not? Hey, what? I'm not going behind bars, am I? We're talking about murder, Miss Holiday. You'll definitely go to prison for it, aye. But I don't really like prison, you know what I mean? You don't like it, you say? Hang on a minute. Of course, it must have been Melody who did it. Eh? How's Miss Smith suddenly involved in all this? Well, no disrespect or nothing, but it was actually my manager who purchased the macaroons. Sure, okay. Oh, aye. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know nothing about the poison, so at the end of the day, it must have been her. You want to arrest her quick, you know, she's well scary. Always tell me what to do and not what to do. She is. I hate the miserable old witch. I'm afraid, Miss Holiday, we can't very well go around arresting anyone and everyone you don't much like. Just a moment, there's something we need to clear up here. Presumably, at the point at which you gave Mr. Dread the macaroons, they were unopened? Of course they were. They were a gift, weren't they? So the poison would have needed to be added after the wrapping was removed, sometime during the show. In full view of the victim, in other words. Well, obviously that isn't what happened. That would have been totally impossible. So we're back to thinking he was poisoned by his cuppa then, aren't we? But the tea lady that brought it to him has vanished into thin air. At this stage, the one thing we can be sure of is that the tea holds the entire key to this case. We should be sure to investigate the teacup as well as the tea it contained. Right away, Prof. Love to talk in circles for a good 5 minutes. It's fine. This teacup's at it then. Presumably it fell on the floor when the victim collapsed. Ass Pucker Royal Draughton teacup, that is, top quality. They cost a bomb. What a waste. We got some fingerprints off it too, Prof, but that's about it. There's something strange about this teacup, Lucy. Really? What? Let's see if you can figure it out. What I'm figuring out is that I need another sip of coffee. Oh, it's the prince! There's no fingerprints from the tea lady. What brought the drinks? Precisely. I'm glad you noticed, Lucy. Almost certainly, someone wiped the fingerprints from the cup after it was brought into the studio. No disrespect to you, but does anyone give a monkeys? I mean, at the end of the day, you can't know who wiped them off, right? Miss Holiday is quite right. There's little point continuing on this line of investigation at the moment. Right then, I'll poke my nose in somewhere else then. So, we know he was poisoned by the tea, but Dolly claims he never drank the tea. Never drank the tea? I don't know. While on air, the victim received a request for a song entitled I'll Be the Death of You. To be honest with you, I nearly had a heart attack when he keeled over. It seems highly likely that it was the killer that sent the request for it. Their accents are too, similar for me. I'm trying to do hers, London and hers Yorkshire, but, there's only... I'm not a voice actor. They're kind of sliding. Dolly, get out of here. Let's examine the facts sheet the request was written on and see what we can deduce. Here's the request sheet, Prof. I'm afraid it doesn't look very promising. Nothing to know. Well, it allows us to confirm that it really was sent during the broadcast, at least. Ah, there's no doubt about that. I saw it coming, didn't I? So, the killer were on the other end of the line, then? Quite possibly. Let's examine the fax machine. Wow, wanna down. This is it, Prof. The request sheet was sent in through this fax machine here. Looks like a regular machine to me, no signs of jiggery-pokery. The sender's details are still present by the look of it. Have Sniffer find out where it was sent from. Will do, Prof. Alright, so we're gonna get some follow-up on that from Sniffer. So now we should probably poke the body a bit, huh? Miss Holliday, you actually saw the victim die right before your eyes, didn't you? If there's anything at all that you noticed that seemed out of the ordinary, please do tell us. Yeah, whatever. I suppose I can try and remember. Sure is a body. This is Mr. Dread's corpse here. Oh. The cause of death was poison, that's beyond dispute. Hey, what if that thing on the floor next to him? It looks disgusting. Sorry, what are you referring to? You know, that shaggy what's it over there? It's a small animal. It's a wig, Prof. I always thought his hair were a bit, well, healthy for his age in all those photos you see of him. No doubt all part of portraying a young image to increase his popularity. Perhaps he needed to volumize? Do you think? What, even on radio? Wow, I had no idea he wore a syrup. You had no idea? But didn't you see it come off? Nah, I saw him die, but he managed to keep his hair on for that. The wig never came off while I was there. Are you absolutely sure about that, Miss Holliday? I'm not going to forget something as shocking as that, Ori, am I? Know what I mean? If what you say is true, it implies that someone took the Mr. Dread's wig off after he died. Don't do something like that, eh? That's so hateful. We lack the information to answer that at present, so let's turn our attention to another matter for now. Excuse me. We're still some way from being able to identify the culprit. Look, let's just say it were Melody D and be done with it, okay? End of. We can't do that. Let's go over what we already know. First of all, where was the poison that killed the victim found? It was in the tea. The poison were in that tea. How many times have I got to tell you? The bloke never touched his tea. It can't have been that who killed him. I gotta say, Prof, I don't think she's lying about this. No, me neither. It is a very curious discrepancy. Not the only one either. There's another in Miss Holliday's statement, if you remember. It's Miss Holliday's statement. Just get... I would appreciate if this game would be a bit more difficult at times and give us, like, the other statements from Dolly to sift through, but... eh. And what's the evidence that contradicts that statement? Eh. The victim's wig weren't on his head, but according to Miss Holliday, he still had the wig on when she last saw him, which were after he died. Yep, I'm 110% about that. There's no way I could have missed if he didn't have his hair on, know what I mean? I don't believe Miss Holliday's lying. No, nor do I. But it would be that nasty that they'd do something like that to someone who'd... Yep, that's the telephone. It'll be Sniffer, I bet. I'll take it, Lucy. I've got a number of questions for him. ... So, how old are you then? I'm 22. Girl is the same age as me. And what am I doing in life? I'm just, like, being a funny little guy on the internet. She's a fucking police officer. Help. You're joking. I'm 22. Talk about one in a million. Aye, amazing. And that's important because... So what's the score with you? I'm an Inspector Whitey. Inspector White Boy. Also obligatory. Ugh, 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 ugh. You going out? Not likely. Oh, sorry. It's not a bad looker here, but the white gown's a bit of a disaster. I don't know what he's on about half the time. To be honest, I think he might be a bit funny in the head. I can't deny the cut's a bit, well... But the prof can see the heart of the case just like that. There's not many fellows that can match that. Oh, I get it. You fancy him, but he ain't into you, is it? Oh, give over. It's no such thing. Oh, Jesus. At least Dolly isn't, like, pushing it. She's just, like, getting the wrong idea. Whereas fucking Roscoe was just like, hey, why have you not fucked this woman yet? Are you gay or something? God. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. I'm the height of discretion. I'll try and talk you up, alright? To be honest, I agree with you. I think an older man's better at the end of the day, more mature in that. I'm telling you, there's nought between us. Sounds like you two are having fun. Fun is not the word, Prof. Well, anyway, some new information has come to light. The song request fax was sent from inside the studio itself. No, how's that possible? One of our chaps was sent to check it out straight away, and he found the tea lady's body in there. Eh? What's this? Something happened, had it? We're talking about the same tea lady you were missing? The one who brought the tea? Yes. So we've got 2 unsolved murders on our hand now, then? Actually, no. Eh? According to the officer on the scene, there's evidence that the tea lady was indeed Dredd's killer. Al is fully the embodiment of, okay! Yeah, for real. He's just kind of like, okay, we're just gonna skim past that. He's the embodiment of noticing an awkward social situation and deciding he's just gonna ignore it. What kind of evidence? Come on, Prof, spill the beans! Firstly, they found the song request fact sheet that was sent to Mr. Dredd next to her body. Handwriting analysis has already confirmed it was the tea lady who sent it. Oh. On top of that, they found the poison with her too. The same poison used to kill Mr. Dredd. So what are you saying then exactly? As I explained, the tea lady was the one who brought the tea that the victim drank. In other words, the tea lady was Dwight Dredd's killer. But if she was the killer, how come she's wound up dead now? You know what this is, don't you? It was suicide. At the end of the day, she's done herself in, hasn't she? It turns out the tea lady was a huge fan of DJ Dee. The theory is that they must have had some kind of argument that sparked all this off. What, she killed him because he liked him that much? Yeah, I bet that's it. It's a proper case of hero worship, innit? Aye. Well, anyway, the case is closed. Oh, so I can go home now, can I? Terrific. Yes, you're free to go. Thank you for your cooperation. Alright, well then. See you, darling. No, there's something still niggling at me. What, can't get enough of me? I do have that effect on people. No, niggling me about the case. Thank you, Miss Holiday. You really can go now. Ta-ra! Lucy does not take shit from anyone. I love her. See ya! So, that's that wrapped up then. You can go home early if you like, Lucy. No, Prof, there's something definitely not right here. I mean, there's a gaping hole between the evidence at the scene and Miss Holliday's statement. Well, nevertheless, the case is now closed. But, actually, there's something I was hoping to get done, so we'll pick this up again tomorrow, shall we? Al is the embodiment of okay, to the point at which he's like just brushing aside the fact that there are still some gaping holes in this case. Alright then, Prof. No, it's just not right. Something is definitely amiss. Well, if the Prof's off, I suppose I just have to figure this out on my own. Ah! Jump scare. Prof jump scare. Oh, Prof. Ah, Lucy, did you forget something? No, it's just... And then Lucy left, the end. If only Lucy were just a little bit less, like, determined. No, it's just... I can't get this case out of my head. I thought maybe if I had another look at the scene, I might be able to figure something out. You're just not willing to let it go, hmm? Anyway, what are you up to, Prof? Just a bit of investigating for fun. For fun? Hey, that's where the tea lady were bumped off, wasn't it? Yes, although I can't reproduce the entire scene now because the case has been closed. I knew it! I knew you wouldn't be able to let it go either, Prof. As it happens, I've uncovered some evidence to support Holiday's statement. Again, I feel like this maybe is illegal or something, but it's fine. So what's this evidence you found that backs up Holiday's statement then, Prof? Well, Lucy, do you remember what was broadcast, what we were listening to together? I think I can remember the gist of it. The evidence is in the transmission itself. I've managed to borrow a recording of the show. Listen carefully to this now. Statement begins. I'm sorry. We've got a very special guest in the studio today, people. It's the drop-dead gorgeous Miss Dolly Holiday. Ta, Dwight, it's terrific to be on the show. Here, I brought you something. They're ever so tasty. Wow, thanks, Dolly. Peep! It sounds like a fax coming in already. So our first request this morning is from Miss Angel O'Death. I'll be the death of you. Whoa, sounds like someone wants to turn Miss DJ Dwight Dread into DJ Dwight Dead. Don't you go dying on me, Dwight. I'd never live it down. Well, if I am about to sign up for the last time ever, allow me to try one of your mouth-watering offerings first. He. That hit the spot. Wait, what's going on? Let's go into the book. Come on, quickly. Thank you for that jingle. The Grand Ferret sale is now on. No store has more for less than so get down to Daysbridge today. The Mystery Room isn't a bad TMA alternative name. To be fair, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. Yeah. Also, this ad gets me because it's clearly a fucking pun on Harrods, but no store has more for less. Harrods is the most expensive store in the world. So is this like Layton alternative universe where Harrods is like a fucking cheap-ass department store? 'Cause vibes. Well, Holiday's laying it on too thick. Well, maybe, but never mind that. It just struck me, that's all. Okay, but ignoring that, there's a blatant discrepancy between the radio show and the scene of the crime. Can you get it? Let's go! Sippy of coffee. So the discrepancy, which we've already pointed out several times before, Bestius, the macaroons. I see. And what's the discrepancy between that and what we heard on the radio? Yeah, it's the sound of dread collapse. It's the annual sale! It was the annual sale, clearly. No shop sells macaroons for that cheap. No, it's the sound of dread collapsing. Wait, what? You're right to pick up on the sound of dread collapsing, but there's another piece of evidence that I'm referring to. Oh! No, I don't want to listen to the radio show again. Leave me alone. Oh, I know what it is! I know what it is! It's the sound of dread collapsing because there's no sound of a broken cup. There are a broken teacup at the scene of the crime, but no sound of a cup breaking on air. Precisely. You can clearly hear when Dread collapses from his chair, and yet there's no sound of a cup breaking. So the teacup didn't break during the show, you mean? Almost certainly. And it's increasingly clear that Miss Holiday's statement is true. Dread never drank his tea. If he had, it's highly likely he'd have dropped and broken the cup as the poison entered his bloodstream. So Miss Holiday's statement is the bona fide truth. Well, in that case, when did he drink the poison, and when did the cup break? If my hypothesis is correct, Dread was given the poison after the show went off air. Hey, when the broadcast had finished, you mean? Yes, quite probably. So even though it collapsed during the show when it were on air, he had the poison after that. Oh, you've got me right flummoxed now, Prof. Dredd collapsed on air after eating the macaroon given to him by Holiday. That's the point. I'm sure, and I'm getting further and further from it. Why don't we do some more investigation in that area, There's a clear discrepancy between the scene we see here. Yeah, there's a discrepancy. We've put this down. Why did he become distressed after he ate the macaroon? Maybe he was allergic. He hadn't had any of the poison at all, and yet everyone around him mistakenly believed he'd died. Almost like he was just putting it on him, pretending to die or something. That's exactly what I'm thinking. There's actually existing evidence at the scene that supports the idea that he was faking his own death. Yeah, see if you can find it. Now this one's a fun one, because it's very clear. I do hate where his hand fell. This is a bad location for that hand to be. It's not this hanky, is it? See what it says? Well, surprised? Bayek! He pretended to die and he was gonna use this hanky to show her all a big joke. That's right, Dredd was trying to play a practical joke on Holiday and everyone else in the studio. So he made it look as if he were in pain as soon as he took a bite of the macaroon. After he pretended to collapse, however, he drank the poison tea and really did die. Once that poison took hold of him, he would have keeled over with a fair wallop, eh? That must be when he dropped the cup and broke it, and when his wig fell off, eh? It's an absurd ending to the whole affair, but there's a considerable chance that is what happened. He died doing what he loved. I mean, yeah. What I don't get about this whole thing is this is a radio show. This is not going to translate to the audience at all. It's not going to be great for them. So I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like, it's stupid. I love this game. It has some stupid things. A considerable chance. It's more like a dead cert if you ask me. It would greatly narrow down the list of possible suspects. Do you know who's done it now, Prof? Do you? I have someone in mind. But before we pick out the culprit, let's just take some time to investigate the death of the tea lady. Oh, I have been itching to look into this. So, let me fill you in on the tea lady who was found dead. Her name was Anise Brewer. Pause for Ace Attorney groans. She worked at the radio station cafeteria. She was a huge fan of DJ DD's captivating voice. She was a huge fan of Dredd, and several people say they remember seeing the pair chat at times. Were they involved then? We have reason to believe that they were, yes, although there's little evidence to actually back that up. Oh, aye, with both of them dead, there's no one to tell us for sure, I suppose. Now, let's turn our attention to the room where Brewer's body was discovered. It was a storeroom, not a minute's walk from the studio. Right next to it, were it? Tellin'. It seems the storeroom is just that, and staff rarely have a cause to go inside. It's apparently kept unlocked though, so anyone can get in there should they want to. So Brewer went in there to hide after she took the drinks to the studio. That seems most probable. What we need to figure out then is what went on in that room. I've managed to obtain additional statements from all suspects about their movements after Dredd's death. Have a look over them, Lucy. Will do, Prof. I called emergency services after Mike told me to. After that, I was with one of the security guards the whole time, waiting for the police. He was just my type. Randall, please. You are the best gay rep this game has, and yet. This whole series. That was the only one that got updated. They were like, you need to look at these gay people. That's all the new information we have at this stage. So I can finally have a look at this storeroom then, can I? The question is whether Brewer committed suicide or was murdered. Let's see for ourselves, shall we? Wait, do you get hints on statements? I think maybe you do. We're not investigating Brewer's death. I need to find out more about this gay person. So, sounds like man were eyeing up the security guard he were waiting with the whole time. I imagine that made him feel rather uncomfortable. Oh, Jesus. 2013 game, huh? Did Brewer commit suicide or was she murdered? We need to figure out which it was. Right, well, where do we start then? There are two pieces of evidence that led to Dredd's murder being pinned on Brewer. Firstly, the song request written in Brewer's handwriting, and secondly, the poison used to kill Dredd. I suggest we start by looking at both of those. That sounds like a plan? Now, I've added the storeroom to the crime scene reconstruction. Just tap the door on the studio to go in. So, let's get started. Whee! Okay, there's a bunch to look at in here. There's the speaker. It plays whatever the station is broadcasting. Dredd's last show would have been audible on it. There is a storeroom fax. Why is there a fax machine in here? And it definitely came from that. There's a pen. On which there are Brewer's fingerprints. There are sweets. Every single one of them has been unwrapped and nibbled. Queen shit. The original of the song request that was faxed, non-permanent ink was used, and the handwriting was identified as Brewer's, and there's cabinets. Cabinets stuffed full of old papers, all filed by date. I have to object to how little of the space is used in this room. Like, look, there's a whole, like, area here that could just be filled up with stuff. Shaking my fucking head. Brewer's corpse. The dead body of Anise Brewer, cause of death poisoning. The same poisoning that was found in Dredd's blood. No signs of external injury. Tiny glass shards. With traces of the poison used. This was the container before it was smashed. Oh, they've... Oh wait, no, I wanted to look up the other things. I thought we were just looking. Okay, I'm all done. I'll go back in here and look at the other things. There's no question it was Brewer's handwriting on the song request sheet. And the poison's the same stuff that we used to kill Dredd without a shadow of a doubt. I can't deny it seems pretty likely that she did do him in. It's too soon to draw any conclusions, Lucy. Personally, I find that broken glass container that contained the poison a little curious. Aye, that were bothering me too. It looks like it was smashed with some considerable force. Its original shape is beyond recognition. There's no saying what folk will do when unrequited love's involved, Prof. I dare say there is a good reason for it, yes. Anyway, let's see if there isn't any evidence to suggest foul play. Aye, let's have a look. Let's look at the rest of the scene now. Whoops. Okay, that is coffee that has the poison in and a note. The words Farad Sale are scrawled on the back of the victim's left hand in non-permanent ink, so it must be fairly recent. Now that is proof. It all comes back to the sale, baby! Do you think this note she wrote on her hand might be a clue about something? It's obviously something she'd only just written. I wonder what Farad Sale means. It all comes back to the sale! Hey, Prof, remember the ad that played on the radio after what happened on the show? That's what it was. They were an advert for the big sale on at Farad's. Ah, of course. Brewer must have heard the advertisement and made a note of it on her hand. That must be it. Well, that would tell us something, wouldn't it? Like... she wasn't ready. She didn't see death coming. So she didn't kill herself. Brewer must have been thinking she'd go to the Farad sale and thinking it while she were in this room. So she can't have had any clue that she were about to die then, can she? No, she can't. Just to be sure, let's find out when else that advertisement was aired. It's possible she just made the note on another occasion. I'll go make the necessary inquiries straight away, Prof. I've got the answer. That was unbelievably quick, Lucy. Investigating's all about speed, I say. Anyway, it turns out that was the first time that ad had ever aired. Then it's undeniable. Brewer was murdered. Was she an accomplice to the real killer then, do you think? Killed her to shut her up or something? What do you think? I don't know. I don't think she was an accomplice. Like, just going by everything we know, I don't think she was an accomplice. Hey. I don't think Brewer were in on it, actually. She's left the song request facts just lying about in full view, not to mention all them sweet rappers. She just doesn't seem like to have been bothered, really. Not really what you'd expect of a killer. An excellent deduction, I couldn't agree more. There's too much evidence left behind in this room. If she'd known all about the plan to kill Dredd, she would have been tidier. She wouldn't have wanted to get caught. In all likelihood, I imagine Dredd approached Brewer. He would have told her of his plans for a great practical joke and asked her to help him. Aye, that makes sense. Then, that's why she was totally unfazed about hearing Dredd collapse and making notes about sales in shops. Exactly. So the real killer used Brewer without her even knowing about it to kill her absolute idol of all people. Yes, a contemptible trick indeed, even for a murderer. So who were it then? Who's behind all this? I believe I know who it was. Do you? Yes, Brewer's killer and Dredd's are one and the same. I expect you've also figured it out by now, haven't you, Lucy? Who's the real culprit in this case? Well, we know it's not Dolly. Let's check our statements, actually. He fell over. Manager gave the macaroons. Dolly didn't do anything. After I collapsed, they left the room. We didn't go anywhere else. Ran straight over, couldn't find a pulse. Now that's a lie. I'm sorry, it wasn't the gay people. It must have been the director, Mike Debonair. He's the only person who could have been in the right place at the right time for both murders. I agree. After Dredd's feigned death, Holiday and Smith were together the entire time. Man, the sound man, called for help from the other members of staff to contact the emergency services. The only suspect who was on their own as events were unfolding is Debonair. So it were him then, without any question. Right, I'll go get someone to bring him in. And then Al just stared. Yes, there's no question that Debonair is the culprit. But still, there's one final piece of the puzzle missing. There's no question now that Debonair is responsible for the deaths of Dredd and Brewer. Let's get him. And let's bop. Alright, I'm ready. Dolly, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you. Oh, goodness, where's Dolly? She's not here. Oh, well, that's rather strange. She said she wanted to see me. What exactly did you tell this man, Lucy? I just couldn't get a hold of him. In the end, I had to resort to asking Miss Holiday if she'd help. That little minx, she doesn't know who she's messing with. Allow me to apologize, Mrs. Debonair. I had no idea this has gone on. Lucy's got her ways, and they involve using Dolly. I think that Dolly and Lucy should be best friends, actually. Oh, no, not at all. I can hardly blame your lovely assistant. After all, if a man allows himself to be duped, it's usually for a less than honorable reason. Anyway, I must be getting back. Just a moment, please, Mr. Debonair. We actually do have a few questions we'd like to ask you. Well, it's not often a pretty young girl wants to chat with an old fogey like me, so why not? Why are the men in this game so gross? But it better be something important to warrant dragging me out of bed, huh? Well, it's, Yes, this is an extremely serious matter. It seems you may well be responsible for the death of two innocent people, you see. Who are you people exactly? I'm Inspector Layton, Serious Crime Division. And I'm Lucy Baker, the inspector's assistant. Well, goodness gracious me! I thought the police were supposed to protect the public, not trick them into false meetings and the like. Bestie? Bestie? You don't know what the police do, huh? Like, as much as I love these characters, they are still cops. And falsely accusing them of murder, too, dear. Men, Meg, so true. No formal accusations have been made, Mr. Debonair. However, the evidence we have strongly suggests you are guilty. I see. It sounds like I'm gonna need to stay then. Bed will have to wait. Good. It's really in your best interest to cooperate with us, if only to prove your own innocence. That sounds rather like some kind of cruel joke. You don't see us laughing, do you, Mr. Debonair? Oh, very well, Inspector, Layman, was it? Layton. Goodness, my apologies. Anyway, before I consent to helping you with your investigation, I have a couple questions of my own. Really? Go ahead. This is what an officer involved in the investigation told me earlier on. He said it was the tea girl who poisoned Dwight and she committed suicide immediately after. Are you saying it's not the case that this officer was mistaken? Yes. There's some new evidence. No, the tea lady wasn't the one who killed Mr. Dredd. Oh, so she was falsely accused. Dear, dear, what an embarrassing mistake for you. The police do rather seem to have lost their edge these days, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you say? We always get to the truth in the end, don't you worry. Of course, of course. Well, if I might be so bold as to venture another question. I heard it was poison that killed poor Dwight. I wonder, what was the poison in? It were in the tea. Why, yeah! Mr. Dredd was killed by a lethal poison that were put in his tea. Yes, that's what I'd heard. And remind me, if you will, who was it who brought Dwight his tea? I'm terribly forgetful these days. Oh god, they were having a fling? There's a 30-year age gap there. Oh. That's not great. It were a tea lady by the name of Anise Brew who brought the drinks into the studio. Ah, yes, of course, I remember now. A pretty young girl, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's right, she brought the tea to Dwight. The tea laced with poison. We can't be sure that the tea already contained the poison at that point in time. Oh, is that so? Well, I'm intrigued. Do tell me then, when was the poison added? It was after the show was interrupted? I think? Yeah, there we go. The poison were added to the tea after the show had been interrupted. Well, what an extraordinary idea. Dwight died while the show was still on air, yet the poison wasn't put in the cup until after that time. I don't wish to cause offense, Inspector Layton, but is your assistant a little simple, perhaps? Oh, I heard that! And my name is Layton. Ha ha! I'm terribly sorry, please forgive me. Mr. Debonair, what Miss Baker says is absolutely right. The poison was added to the tea after the show was cut short and taken off the air. I'm sure I don't need to spell out to you what that means. Sorry to disappoint you, but you've completely lost me. This is all too fanciful for an old chap like me. Very well then, let's take a different tact. Why don't we talk about the wig? The wig? I assure you, advanced in years as I am, this is all my own hair. Mr. Dredd's wig. I see, yeah, Dwight's wig. Had you noticed the victim's wig had fallen off his head? As a matter of fact, I did, yeah. I saw that dreadlock mess, yikes, fly off that poor man's head as soon as he keeled over onto the floor. That's very strange, because we have another witness's statement that completely contradicts what you say. According to that statement, his wig never fell off. Oh, excuse me. When Mr. Dredd collapsed during the show, his wig was definitely still on his head. That's what the witness told us. The person in question even went so far as to say how shocking it was to see the victim without his wig. Yeah, of course. I'm terribly sorry. You're right. I've mixed things up in my head. Yeah, when Dwight actually collapsed, it's true his wig didn't come off. It must have been when I ran over and shook him. I couldn't help myself. I was in a blind panic. I must have shaken the wig off his head. I see. I do apologize for getting muddled up. I quite understand, Mr. Debonair. People's memories are very curious things. Yes, quite. There's just one other thing I'd like to double check with you. Did you notice Mr. Dredd drinking his tea at all? Oh yeah, I saw him drink it. Let's see, I'm sure he ate one of those macaroons first. No doubt that made him thirsty, and then when he took a sip of his tea, he suddenly looked choked. The rest I think you know. I see. It appears we have another discrepancy. You see, we have a statement that tells a different story. It's this one. Take that! Ah! They did a flip, it's fine. According to Miss Holiday, Mr. Dredd never touched his tea. You know what I mean? That little minx again! Do you really think you can rely on what she tells you? The woman's a serial liar. Why, she even lied to me in order to get me to this meeting, for goodness sake. Or have you conveniently forgotten that fact already? No, not at all. I've made a mental note of it. Then you wouldn't seriously consider taking her word over mine. Please, Mr. Debonair, there's no need for raised voices. Perhaps we need to calm down. A spot of radio, maybe? Sorry, calm down? I'm not reading this again. We're just gonna use it as a nice voice break for me. I get a voice break. Also, I'm feeling a little lightheaded, so I think, though we have about 30 minutes until the run, we're gonna raid over after this case wraps up. Because I'm feeling strangely lightheaded. Yeah. I'll be fine. I just need to take a break. But yeah, we'll finish this up. See, I'm fine. The jingle fucking healed me. It's fine. This is a recording of the show. Is this your idea of a joke? Dwight and I worked together for a great many years, you know. Do you think I enjoyed listening to my partner? No, my friend suffering all over and over again. I'm very sorry if it causes you any distress. However, this recording actually proves Miss Holliday's statement is true. I don't understand. Lucy, would you care to explain? It's the cup. There were a broken teacup at the scene of the crime, but there's not even the hint of the sound of China breaking on the recording of this show. Well, obviously the microphone didn't just didn't pick it up. You patently know very little about radio. You can clearly make out the sound of the victim collapsing. You would expect the noise of a cup smashing to be even more clearly audible. How is this even relevant? It was the tea girl who poisoned his drink, we all know that. Does it really matter whether you can hear a teacup breaking on the recording or not? I mean, I ask you. It matters a great deal. A cup that didn't break is broken. A wig that didn't fall off is lying on the floor. It's not that one witness or another failed to spot something. No, the crime scene changed subtly between the transmission being interrupted and the police arriving. The question then is why? How on earth should I know? Miss Baker and I have come up with a hypothesis. We've speculated that when the victim collapsed during the show, he was in fact pretending to die. Ugh. Oh, don't be absurd, man! I too thought it was unbelievable at first, but if you accept that, everything else falls into place. Lucy? Mr. Dredd and yourself discussed the idea of such a practical joke before the show. You probably fixed him on drinking some tea and then started his old, "Oh no, I'm dying" bit. But when it came to the live show, Mr. Dredd improvised a few changes. Instead of it being the tea that kicked everything off, he went for one of Miss Holiday's macaroons. After the performance, once everyone left the studio, Mr. Dredd got up. Miss Holiday and Miss Smith would have been waiting in the waiting room, and Mr. Mann had gone to call the police, which would leave only one other person in the studio. You, Mr. Debonair. No doubt you made a fuss over over Mr. Dredd and how great it'd been, and then you offered him some tea. Tea laced with poison, that is. The poison hit him that bad, he dropped the teacup and it smashed on the floor. And then he crashed onto the floor himself and his wig flew off his head. It's these two minor details that were the cause of the inconsistencies at the scene. Though Mr. Dread collapsed after eating the macaroon, the poison was found in the tea. And though his wig was still on his head after he collapsed during the show, later it was lying on the floor. Aye, that's the real truth behind the death of DJ Dwight Dread, and you know it! Well, it's certainly an imaginative theory, but in the end it's just that, a theory. You don't have a shred of evidence to support your claim that Dwight faked his own death, do you? It's the hanky! Mr. Dread's hanky is proof of it. Good grief, what is that tasteless bit of rag? We found this hanky with a handwritten note on it. What does it say? Well, surprised? It was this hanky that Mr. Dread were planning to show to let everyone know they'd been tricked. It's the only logical explanation for the cryptic message he wrote on it. It would seem you knew nothing about this handkerchief. Yet it was you who proposed the whole idea of the practical joke to the victim in the first place, no? Rubbish, I don't know anything about it. It must have been that T-girl who tricked Dwight into the idea of the foolish schoolboy prank. She's the one you want. She's dead, bestie. You saw the fax she sent, didn't you? The one with a death threat? Good golly, you even found her with a perfume bottle of poison next to her, didn't you? You chaps had it right the first time. They already identified the girl as the killer. You're wasting my time. I'm afraid that was a mistake. Aye, she was dragged into this by you. You asked her to help you pull off the so-called practical joke. Absolutely not. She tricked Dwight, murdered him, and then killed herself. End of story. She didn't kill herself. We have evidence to prove it. It was the note. She wiggle. Miss Brewer made a very interesting note to herself. Allow me to read it to you. Farad's sale, it says. Christmas special! Oh my god, is this the Christmas episode? I didn't realize. Well, arrest me now. What damning evidence indeed. Good, I see you've understood the significance of this note. It refers to an advert that was aired for the very first time straight after the show was interrupted. This note tells us two things. First, Miss Bread knew from the outset that Mr. Dread was going to collapse on the show. She were a huge fan of his, so if she thought he'd collapsed, she'd never have bothered with the ad. And secondly, she intended to visit Farad's on the way home and have a look at the sale. She'd hardly have bothered making a note about the sale if she were about to do herself in. So you can see, we can be fairly confident that Miss Brewer had no intention of committing suicide. Well, that's all very interesting, but let's not forget the woman was a killer. You can't hope to understand how such a person thinks, surely. And if she hadn't killed Dwight, then why did she send off that death threat veiled as a song request? That fact you're referring to was another suggestion of yours, was it not? I can hear it now, what you'd have said to that poor lass. Dwight wants to stage a really amazing practical joke on the show. He could really do with your help. You knew she were a huge fan of Mr. Dread and his show. Of course she were going to agree. She'd have been chuffed that you asked her. I bet she wrote that bogus death threat request gladly, didn't she? I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. After the show, you waited for your chance to slip off to the storeroom where Miss Brewer was waiting. Just like you did with Mr. Dread, you congratulated her on a job well done and offered her a cup of coffee. That poor lass had no idea. I bet she were on cloud nine thinking she'd done something to help her idol as she sipped the deadly poison. She is fucking adorable. Like, Anise is the cutest. That's the truth of the matter, isn't it, Miss Debonair? Shame she's dead. Woo! We did it! No, fuck you! My goodness, you pair have the most fantastic imaginations. This could be a new radio drama. Eh? How come you're still here? We've smashed up your alibis one by one. My dear girl, I'm not about to admit to a crime I didn't commit. After all, this whole scenario you've painted is utter fabrication. No, it is not. We backed up everything we've said with hard evidence. No doubt. I suspect, in all likelihood, I've listened patiently to your conjecture for long enough. Now, you listen to me. There's abundant and clear evidence that the T-girl killed herself. To start with, there's the handwritten request sheet. However you look at it, that request was a blatant death threat and makes her intentions crystal clear. Next, there's the perfume bottle full of poison. The same poison, I hasten to add, that was used to kill Dwight. She was found with that lethal substance in her possession, and if it wasn't damning enough, she used the very same poison to kill herself. Finally, there's the fact that the girl was a die-hard fan of Mr. Dwight's. Her twisted feelings for the poor man are what led to this tragedy in the first place. Faced with these 3 irrefutable pieces of hard evidence, can you honestly suspect anyone else? Can you refute this evidence in any way, my dear? As I thought, so that's that then. Case closed. Hey, you can't do that! Mystery solved! Yeah, that's the end. Nah. Nah. Eh? I love these fucking fake out endings. I do too many of them. It's great. When did you funny turn again, eh, Prof? Dear me, you're still here? This is our office! Goodness. Oh, they did a flip. It's fine. Goodness, Mr. Layton, you seem a little, disturbed. Get my name wrong again, on purpose, and I'll personally cut out your tongue! That's it, Prof, suck it to him! Goodness gracious, I'm not quite sure I can believe my ears. Are you sure you're a police officer? You're making me quite uncomfortable. I demand you allow me to go home, seeing as you have no evidence. We have evidence. Let's hear your patronizing 3 irrefutable pieces of hard evidence again, shall we? If you dare. I don't know why you suddenly assumed this menacing tone. Just get on with it. Very well, I'm not sure why I have to repeat myself like this, but... Firstly, there's the handwritten request sheet. Second, the perfume bottle full of poison. And thirdly, the fact that the T-girl was a die-hard fan of Dwight's. You have no idea, do you? The very words coming out of your mouth. What? One of your 3 irrefutable pieces of hard evidence, Mike, is the irrefutable evidence that proves your guilt. Don't be absurd. Lucy, do you know which one it is? I think I sort of do and I sort of don't. One of Debonair's 3 irrefutable pieces of hard evidence and a piece of evidence from the crime scene. By comparing these 2 things, we can prove beyond any doubt that Mikey here is the killer. And just scroll through all our fucking evidence. There we go. Get his ass, Lucy! You said these bits of broken glass were from a perfume bottle full of poison, Mr. Debonair. That's where you slipped up. You betrayed yourself rotten. I'm sorry. You blurted out something that only the real killer could have known. Aye, about those bits of broken glass in the storeroom. When I found out that's where the... Let's try that again. When I found out that's where the poison came in, I assumed it were a pill bottle or something. But the real killer weren't carrying the poison in a pill bottle, were he? No, he was using a perfume bottle. I'm just saying, it is impossible to open a perfume bottle. Like, hello? Terrible thing to put it in. I know exactly how your devious mind is working. You always intended to leave the bottle of poison in Brewer's hand to make it look like a suicide. That's why you very carefully chose a lady's perfume bottle. I don't know what you're talking about. After you'd poisoned Brewer, you placed the perfume bottle in her hand and left the storeroom. But then something happened that you hadn't banked on. The girl wasn't quite dead. I very much doubt she understood what was happening. But she must have felt the need to leave a sign, something to show how she was killed. Mustering all her remaining strength, she hurled the perfume bottle against the wall. It smashed into pieces, making it all but impossible to identify what it was, but of course you didn't know that. There's no way anyone could tell what sort of container those bits of glass were before they were smashed. Even forensics are still at work, piecing them all back together. Only one person could possibly know what shape it were originally. And that's the person who put the poison in it in the first place. The killer! Oh, really? What a silly mistake it seems. I've simply said the wrong thing. You said the wrong thing! You repeated it no less than 3 times, and yet you'd like to claim you said the wrong thing. Ah, yeah, then you heard me wrong. Yes, that's right, I never said any such thing. Oh, know when to give up for pity's sake. If that's how you want to play it, let's listen to something. No? What? She's the one you want. You saw the fax she sent, didn't you? The one with the death threat? Good golly, you even found her with a perfume bottle of poison next to her, didn't you? That was the first time. But how did you... I played you a recording of Dread's last show, if you remember. It seems I must have accidentally hit record when I'd finished. Oh, you little devil, Prof. Fantastic! This is illegal evidence, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this counts as entrapment, but it's fine. I knew we didn't have enough evidence to pin it on you. That's why I got you to come here. I thought it'd be fitting to have the final piece of evidence come from the killer himself. To start with, there's the handwritten request sheet. However you look at it, that request was a blatant death threat and makes her intentions crystal clear. Next, there's the perfume bottle full of poison. It's just the lore, it's fine. That was the second time. Would you like to hear the third? No. You win. You've given up at last. So soon? How dull. I was hoping to tighten the screws on you much more than that. What a disappointment you are. Ugh. Ah, Prof, you're back. Yeah, sorry about that, Lucy. No, don't apologize. I'm getting quite used to it now. And it wasn't so bad this time. You snapped out of it without too much trouble. In fact, I'm a little worried you're a bit too easy. Mr. Debonair, there's just one last thing I'd like to ask you. What? You haven't once called the tea lady by her name in all the time we've been talking. What of it? Do you not even know the name of the woman you murdered? Of course I do. It was Charlotte, wasn't it? No, it flaming well weren't. You really are scum, aren't you? The lady's name was Anise. Anise Brewer. The lady who smashed the bottle you put in her hand, ensuring you take the rap for your crimes. I'll remember this, Layton. Lucy? Yes, Prof? Take Mr. Badair to a holding cell, would you? Mr. Mike Badair, I'm arresting you on multiple counts of murder. I'm Debonair, not Debonair! We did it, gamers! I'm so proud of us. And hey, we wrapped up in pretty good time. The run starts in, I think, like 15 minutes. Nice work. And there's no fake out this time, woohoo! Oh god, I gotta get back into this motherfucker's voice. Yeah, see? Inspector, Inspector! Debonair squeaked like a mouse on helium. The bunny spewed its guts out till it was empty inside. Enough of that. You're making me feel queasy. Don't you want to know what the punk's motive was? Oh, do I ever? Debonair's been doing the Chinese squeeze on the radio station's account, screaming off profits. Oh? Yep, but Dredd found out about it. He started ringing Debonair for cash like a wet towel. Oh, so Debonair bumped him off. And what was the relationship between Brewer and Debonair? I've covered every angle on that, but I've got nothing. Zilch. The Gink and the Dame didn't have a scrap of shared history. They were totally unrelated. What about Brewer and Dredd? The more I looked into that, the less of a connection they seemed to have. In fact, I put money on Debonair laying on the rumors that they were a couple. But low-life old goon! Goon, you're not in the mob, Lucy. Do you have to talk like that? I was just copying you. I'm not feeling very well. I think I'll head off home now. Oh, well, I've got some news that might cheer you up a bit before you go, Prof. Ooh, spill the beans then, Lucy. Put us wise. Dolly's bringing out a new single soon. Dolly, are you talking about the young lady Sniffer brought in by mistake? Hey, every copper pitches the wrong greaser from time to time. Aye, Dolly Holiday. This new track's causing quite a stir already and hasn't been released yet. Oh? Why's that? She's called it I'll Be the Death of You. What a queen, profiting off of the death of, like, a random-ass dude. Holy smoke, ain't that the infamous request? Aye. The lass has got herself on the cover of every magazine because of it. She's a smart one. But it's the B-side that's got me worried. That one's called Macho Man in a White Gown. It's a bit of a strange title, I grant you, but what's worrying about it? What? You don't see? Don't see what? Oh, nothing. Never mind then. Al, Aero Ace, King, I love him. You here, Sniffer? Oh, you just missed him, Justin. He went home a few minutes ago. Oh, he's got to cheek that lad. I'm just gonna give him a regular ass voice. I cannot fucking do this anymore. He's got to cheek that lad leaving before the office before his boss. Don't blow your top, Justin. Ah, you're here too, are you, Al? Of course I am. This is my office, after all. Your home, more like. So, how's it been going? Had any incidents recently? You mean a Jekyll and Hyde moment with the prof's dark side? If that's how you want to describe it. Hi, bestie! Hi! Talk of the devil, and he'll appear. Boy, you scared the wits out of me, and there's no crook here, so I didn't realize you could change that easily. It's been a long time, Justin. In fact, yes, our paths haven't crossed since Radmond Castle, have they? Remember? I couldn't forget that, even if I wanted to. It was memorable, wasn't it? Both of us working together to solve the case. You two work together. Except, still isn't solved, is it? Because you refuse to tell us what you know. If it wasn't for that, we'd have solved it long ago. I really don't know what you mean. Fine. If you don't want to discuss it, let's forget it. Leave us alone. As you wish. You know how to find me if you need me again. I'd be glad to show up for my old partner anytime. Anytime at all. Ugh. Hey, Prof, you alright? Yes, thank you, Lucy. I'm fine. Did you hear him? Anytime, he said. Did you hear that, Al? Yes, I heard. Have you been in touch with your brother recently? This is my problem, Justin. What, you think you can manage him on your own? Only the son of Herschel Layton would entertain the idea. I love it when they reference the original games. It's just like, hey guys, don't forget this is a Layton game. Ugh. Well, if that's how you feel, I'll keep my nose out of it. Sorry. Right, I'm off. I just wish you all the best, Al. I hope things don't turn against you. Excuse me, but what's all this? You needn't concern yourself with it at the moment, Lucy. But it's bothering me. It's all so intriguing. You'll find out sometime, whether you want to or not. Assuming, of course, you stay on as my assistant, and I hope that you do. I'm sure this is all fine, right? That's never gonna come up again, right? I guess we'll find out next time. When we start the 4-star difficulty cases, can we get a fucking pog? Let's go over to here. and let's get ready to raid. Thank you all for coming out today. It has been a good time, and I am glad that y'all had the patience with me, even as I went a bit sleepy night-night. It's all good. Let's get over to the right place. Okay, there we are. And yeah, I think, yeah, the run that we're raiding in for starts in about 10 minutes, so yeah, it's all good. Let's have a raid. Yeah, over to UKSM. Again. Ah! One final drop of my fucking phone for good measure. Yeah, again, thank you all for coming. And I will see you next week for the next episode of this, and before if you fancy coming to my rando streams. Bye!